You're all very welcome here to Dr. Daly Park in Tulla on a blustery afternoon for the Intermediate Hurling Championship semi-final between Clarecastle and Whitegate. Two sides looking to make the breakthrough back up to the senior ranks for 2026. They had an earlier round meeting in the first round, but today is going to be the deciding factor. I'm joined here in commentary for the afternoon by Conor Mack. Conor, I suppose we're looking at it and a lot of people are saying coming in Clarecastle slightly favourites, but in a way maybe it's just based on the name of the club.
Yeah, it may be, but you would have to give them slight favourites in when you look at their last game. Put up a savage score in their last game when you're looking down through the group games. But when you look through the group, actually, you'd have to say Whitegate are slightly favourites if you're going by the group games. So it's very much hard one to call. I mean, Whitegate have the 4-week gap coming into this, and Clarecastle have a 3-week gap. So.
Yeah, and I suppose the interesting thing from that is, like, with the three teams that came out of that group, which was Group 2 of the Championship, they've all made it to the semi-final stage. So obviously Clarecastle and Whitegate are meeting here. Rowan and the other team are playing in the game later on this afternoon. So they have been seriously tested throughout the group stages, and they've learnt a lot since their first round meeting on the 26th of July. That one, the Clarecastle won by 8, 122 to 17 points.
Yeah, learning as you go on is an important thing, and I suppose tinkering around with the team and putting lads in the right position, you learn as you go on, and we can see it's just difficult to know, because they've had some, if you're talking about Clarecastle, they've had some poor performances in the group stages. I'm sure they wouldn't be happy with it, but again, I turned to the last game where it was do or die stuff, and it was vitally important to win it, and they turned up in trumps.
Yeah, and I suppose from Whitegate's point of view, they have really built momentum since that game, because obviously on the back of that they went on and won the rest of the games in the group. They put up 2-18 and beaten Rouen. They had 1-20 when beaten Budyke, and then 25 points in their final group game against the Bridge. But I suppose winning the group then meant sure that they had no quarter final, so it'll be interesting to see how they react with that bit of a gap between games.
Yeah, that's the big conversation. Even if you go at county level, the big conversation is which is better, the 4-week gap or the 2-week gap. Of course, if you win, it's a great gap, and if you lose, it's not such a good gap, But if you look at Whitegate, as we were saying, the spread of scores they have, like 11 scores in round 2, 9 scores, I think it was around 3, I think. So they're all chipping in with a point or two, but if they can chip in with 2 or 3 points rather than the 1, I think they'll be right bang in this game.
And I suppose on the other hand, if we went back a month ago, people were starting to question Clarecastle on the basis that obviously after that round 1 win over Whitegate, they followed it up with 321 to 214 over Budyke, but then 2 defeats at the end of the group stage, 20 points to 113 against Rouen, and then turned over, I suppose, by Sixmile Bridge's second team, 119 to 115. But I suppose the real marker of the team was putting up that 419 against Tubber in the quarter final. Yeah,
so like Tubber would have been fancied enough to get back. We know what happened last year to them, so but like I said, if you're on the Clarecastle management side, you would be worried about them group performances, and if you're on the Whitegate management side, you'd be saying, look, let's put these lads under pressure a small bit early and see how they react. They have a young enough forward line, so if I was on the Whitegate side, I'd be trying to, there's a big wind here, I'd be playing with the wind and putting them under a bit of pressure.
Yeah, and I suppose that's the biggest thing about today is I walked the pitch there earlier, like underfoot, it's still very firm, great condition, but there is a big blustery breeze blowing down, I suppose, from the Tulla town village side, if you like, down to the end of the field, and that's really going to have a bearing on who gets that in the first half and whether they're able to make it count.
Yeah, and even more so how you play against it. So do you play +1, do you drop a man straight back, what do you do? Depends on the toss. Like I said, if I was playing with it, I think the wind is to die a small bit. Going by the app on the phone there, how accurate that is, I don't know. But most certainly, if I won the toss, I'd be playing with it.
And we're just going to have a quick look through both starting lineups. They are, as was named in the programme earlier on in the week. So Clarecastle first in goals is Cian Broderick. It's Stephen O'Halloran, David Toohey, and Philip in the full back line. Evan Price, Aaron Hayes and Cian Galvin is our half back line. Conor Whelan and Colin Brigdale at midfield. Josh Brack, Conor Halpin and Conor Ralph is our half forward line. Rory O'Connell, Harry Doherty and Paul O'Connell inside in the full forward line. I suppose, like you mentioned it earlier, I suppose just the age profile even of that Clarecastle forward line, like huge talent. We've seen them at inter-county underage coming up along and the ability they have, but I suppose stepping it up today in an intermediate semi-final will be a real test.
Yeah, there's two ways of looking at it. Like, I mean, you can say when you have a young side, they're young and carefree, really. You know, sometimes it works for you, sometimes it works against you. It's hard to know when everything is going well for you. Confidence is everything, I think, with the young forward line. So if they get on the score line early and if they're throwing the ball around, I think that Whitegate will have a big problem today.
And the YK team then lines out with Andrew Fahey in goals. It's Dylan White, Donald Burke and Conor McDermott. Liam Murray, Owen Quirk and Ian Fahey captains the side from wing back. Conor Whelan and Mikey Boggenberger is in midfield. Danny Hayes, Finn Madden and Kieran Keenan. And then Colin Fahey, Ronan Hayes and Paddy Burke inside in their full forward line. And I suppose the one thing we know, and we've seen it after that first round defeat with Whitegate, is no matter what pickings they have, they'll always give it their all.
Oh yeah, fierce, proud club. You know, you'd expect them to battle it out here. Looking down through the Whitegate side, I think their most important line is their half-back line, which is generally the most in most teams. But I look across that half-back line and I'm thinking they have to perform. You know, you look at the experience of Ian Fahey there, battling out through the years on Cork. I think if that line performs today, it can be a platform for them to go forward.
And the toss has just taken place out in front of us, and it looks like Clarecastle may have won it. So Colin Brigdale has made the decision they're going to go with it, so they want to attack it and build an early lead.
Yeah. So here you are now, the tactics start now. So, you know, management team over in Whitegate, okay, they would have planned for this. If they go against it, what do we do? If they go with it, what do we do? So interesting to see now the setups. I presume the window's so strong here for the viewers that you would have to be looking at playing very defensive anyway. And running that ball up through the middle.
And I suppose the other side of things is we obviously talk about the known names, like Stephen O'Halloran will be very big in trying to lead and give leadership in that full back line for Clarecastle. And then the likes of Conor Brigdale, captain of the side there at midfield, they'll really be looking to those lads, especially now with the breeze, to drive it on over the next 30 minutes.
Yeah, them lads are very important because, you know, like I said to you, when things are going well, the youth go well as well. But as we know, things don't always go well in a hurling game, so you'll be looking at your experienced lads just to calm it down, to slow it down when they're against the wind, using all the tricks that they've learned over the years.
And then with the breeze at the back, obviously a big thing here is going to be discipline in both halves, because like we've seen Keane Galvin at inter-county level popping him over from his own 45, and that's without the breeze that's here at the moment. And at the other side of the field, we've seen Andrew Fahey put him over from his own 21 in the past. So like no matter which half it's in, you know, there's going to have to be discipline from the full back line right up to the full forward line.
Oh yeah, definitely. Come semi-final time, even quarter-final, but come semi-final time, final time, you'll be just, you know, saying to your players, don't lose this by freeze, you know. Especially with the wind out today. The wind is very strong, I know, but it's swirling as well. So, you know, you'd be nearly inviting a shot on from a forward to say, here, have a go. And if he puts it over the bar, best of luck to him, you know.
And I think, in fairness, as the mist just starts to come in, like Kevin Curry is the man in charge, and Kevin is one, especially in these conditions, like he will give the benefit of the doubt. He probably won't be blown for every little thing. So, like, there will be, I suppose, mistakes made. He'll let the game flow, and it's a matter of trying to make sure then that you're, as you say, you keep that discipline, that you're not giving away those silly frees, those lazy frees as we call them.
Yeah, Kevin likes to let it go, which is good for hurling. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. One interesting battle that I like is between the two goalies. I mean, you've Keane Broderick. I really rate Keane Broderick as a goalie, and of course you've, as we all know, Andrew Fahey the other side. I think the two of them with their puck outs, especially against that wind, is going to be vital. Two of them are well known for pinging a ball into your hand from 30, 40, 50 yards. So I think the battle there between the two goalies is another one today that must be watched.
And I suppose not alone are they used to pinging at 20 or 30 yards, but if they have the breeze at the back, you could say it can nearly go straight to the full forward line with the strike behind them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but sometimes, you know, if teams are set up very defensive, that's not the best thing to do either. But we're just interested to see now how both teams play the wind. It's going to be a very interesting battle here. Just looking at the Whitegate set up here now.
So Kieran Keenan has gone into midfield for them anyway straight away, and Keane Galvin is actually lining up at midfield, so they are marking each other in the middle. There's a couple of positional changes around the place as we look at it, but Kevin Curry is just waiting for all the players to be in their correct positions. He has the ball in his hand, and here it goes. First of the TUS Intermediate Hurling Championship semi-finals are underway, and straight away it's Clarecastle's possession into the hands there of Aaron Hayes. Hayes loses possession, however that gives Whitegate the opportunity to attack. Here they come forward. There's runners off the shoulder there for Conor Whelan. Whelan flicks it ahead into the hands there of Paddy Burke. Burke trying to get that overload, ball breaking down, but they maintain possession. Here comes the strike, in it goes, it's in, it's over the bar. An opening score for Danny Hines and an opening score for Whitegate.
Yeah, great run through the middle, just unlucky not to get the pass off. It might have been a goal chance, but great opening score for Whitegate.
And I suppose especially when you're playing into that heat of the breeze, it's good to get I suppose that foothold into it and settle themselves. But straight away Keane Broderick's puck out goes all the way in. There's goal chance. Here it goes. It's flicked on, but off his line came Andrew Fahey. Got the hurley to it. The ball breaks away as far as Dylan White, but a huge opportunity there from the puck out, Conor.
Yeah, well spotted by Andrew Fahey. Came off his line very quick. I think there's Dylan White lost his man going in. They'll have to watch that going forward.
Kieran Keenan has possession now. He's heading towards the 45, shortens the grip. He's playing a crossfield ball. He's aiming over there for Paddy Burke. The ball breaks down. Burke trying to get it up into his hand, loses possession, but it's still Whitegate's ball. They're trying to manoeuvre, make that bit of room. Flicking it off the ground is Ronan Hayes. Here comes the strike in, but this one is going right and going wide. But another opportunity once they're getting on the attack. That at the moment they're getting their shots off here, Conor.
Yeah, 60 seconds gone. Two big goal, well, not big goal chances, but two goal chances, I suppose. You can have goal chances for Whitegate. We'll have to watch that going forward.
Long and direct again from Keane Broderick, rocking it right down there. Up for it was Harry Doherty. The ball breaks down in front. Clarecastle trying to get their hands onto it. The ball just flicked away on this occasion by Aaron Hayes. He gets another touch to it. Out it goes over the line. It's a line ball. A bit of pushing and shoving as we see it here, but that's to be expected in the early exchanges.
No harm, just getting to know each other, as they say. I think by the looks of things, Owen Cork has kind of gone into a +1 or sweeper role, which then is freeing up.
Galvin is down here below us, yeah.
Which is to be expected too. So they're the tactical situations at the minute.
It is, and straight away they get the opportunity to go short and into the hands there of Conor McDermott. McDermott delivers it. The ball's dropping down here. There's a battle for possession. Finn Madden trying to get down over it. Finn can't get it up into his hand the first time or the second time. Gets a flick onto it, but he only gives the ball away to the Clarecastle men. On the attack they come now through Colin Brigdale. Brigdale gives the hand pass through. He was looking for Rory O'Connell, but the ball is just flicked out over the sideline. It's a sideline ball on this occasion for Clarecastle, and it looks like it's actually going to be Rory O'Connell is the man that's going to come out and take it. So Rory is just outside the 45. He has a strong breeze at his back, and you'll be expecting this one will be cut crossfield if he can. Here he steps back. It's going to go low, but it's going to go straight to the spare Whitegate man standing in the centre. Out they come past the 45. Carrying it forward is Mikey Umberger. Into the full forward line it goes. Mikey's delivery, he's looking inside for Paul, and Paddy comes out. He's not able to win it on this occasion, however, because it's picked up by the Clarecastle full back line. They work the ball all the way forward. Evan Price is on the overlap. He just can't get there. Ball broken out on this occasion by Conor McDermott, and it's going to be a line ball, and a line ball for Clarecastle once more.
Yeah, great ball into the Whitegate full forward line there. Paddy Burke just unlucky, couldn't get the touch, couldn't get into his hand, which overturned into Clarecastle on the counter attack.
So Josh Brack is going to take responsibility for this one. It's on the far side of the field as we look at it here from our commentary position. He's looking for a bit of movement inside, stepping back. Here comes the cut. He's going down towards the corner with it there at the moment. The ball breaking down inside. It's Clarecastle's possession. Off the shoulder they come. Here comes the strike. In it goes. We watch for the umpire. That's in. It's over the bar. We're tied up 1 point apiece. Rory O'Connell with the score on that occasion.
Yeah, great run by Rory O'Connell through the middle. One of those runs that you hate to see as a defence. Very simple and put yet effective.
So Andrew Fahey with his first puck out of the afternoon here, striking into that strong breeze. He steps back, he's going to go long, and that's an indication of the breeze he's pucking into. It's not even going to reach the far 65. It breaks down. It's Evan Price down over the ball. Price has it in his hand, gets the hand pass off over as far as Aaron Hayes, but on this occasion he's blown for over carrying, and it's going to be a free and an opportunity now for the Whitegate men.
Yeah, simple free, throwing the ball. Every management team in their respective club trains not to do, but it's unfortunately something in the game at the minute, and most referees pull for one or two in a game now.
Conor Whelan's open opportunity is going to go down into the corner. He was looking for the run on that occasion of Paddy Burke. Burke does beaten to it once more, and out they come with it. It's going to be Clarecastle's possession out the wing towards Conor Ralph. Ralph has the ball in his hand. He's got runners ahead of him. Keane Galvin presents himself. Keane now just can't get it under control. Down over the ball into the hand at the second occasion. He has the strike. He's the breeze behind him. Distance is no problem. Accuracy is no problem, and Keane gets himself off the board.
Yeah, that's the difficulty with him being free, isn't it? That he can roam into those spaces and plant the foot and put the ball over the bar.
Andrew decides to go short on this occasion. They're working the ball out here at the moment. Conor McDermott has possession. Conor still carrying it. He's up as far as the 65. He's being chased, loses possession, gets a flick to it, but it's only going to break into the Clarecastle half-back line. There's movement ahead if they want to look for it. Here comes the delivery. Colin Brigdale giving it straight into the hands there of Conor Halpin. Halpin steadies himself, gets the strike in, and I suppose it's that little bit of punishment there. Conor does just carried too much out of the ball, lost possession, and Clarecastle punish.
Yeah, and there seems to be a bit of space around the half, or the Whitegate half back line, Clarecastle half forward line. Like when you're playing with a spare man, everybody else needs to push up on their men, and they seem to be just kind of playing that free role at the minute.
Short ball as far as Conor McDermott again. This time he decides to play it out towards the wing. Forward they're going to come through Dylan White on this occasion. Dylan looking ahead of himself, shortens the grip, but it's going to be a Clarecastle defender that's going to get there first. Philip gets there, works the ball here now. Forward they come. The delivery straight in front of the full forward line. Look, Conor Ralph was looking for it. Ralph has it. He has no hurley, but he has the ball. There's the kick pass into the hands there of Harry Doherty. Doherty's inside the 21, inside the 13. Low, saved inside by Andrew Fahey, but two opening goal scoring opportunities in the first 6 minutes.
What a flick, in fairness. What a bit of skill to use without the hurley to give it across. It would have been a great goal. It would have been one for goal of the year or something like that if you run it.
Josh Brack is going to leave it on this occasion to Rory O'Connell. Rory is positioned just outside the 45. He's looking for a bit of movement. Now he steps back. He's waiting to deliver it. The movement is coming. Is he going to go across field? Harry Doherty has the hand up, but that ball is cut straight in on top of Harry. Up he goes. The ball breaks down inside. It's going to be a Clarecastle hurley to it first. Opportunity here. They're going to go low, and a third save on this occasion from Conor Ralph by Andrew Fahey.
Yeah, shot straight at him though. Andrew Fahey didn't have much to do, even though it was a good save, but he didn't have much movement to make with the hurley. Aaron
Hayes attacking that ball. He loses possession on this occasion. Lost out to Conor Whelan. Conor now playing the ball in front of Finn Madden. Madden under charge. Here he comes inside the 65. Shortens the grip. Decides to play it down the ground. Now he gets to take the touch back into his hand. Straight into his full forward line it goes. The ball breaking there. Looking for it as Ronan Hayes. Ronan Hayes has it. Shortens the grip. In it goes over the bar. And I suppose that's a reward for Andrew Fahey's work at the other side of the field. 2 saves pulled off, and now a point for Whitegate.
Absolutely, great work by Finn Madden there in the middle. Seemed to be isolated, but got the ball into the full forward line. And I tell you, if they get that ball into that full forward line, they seem to be causing trouble in there.
Oh, Cian Broderick going long once again. It's going to land on that 21 metre line at the far side. Ball breaking down, looking for it there. On that occasion was Dylan White for Whitegate. He gets a little flick to it out in front of Ian Fahey. Fahey doesn't manage to get it up into his hand at the first occasion. So they're all in looking for this. Clarecastle hands on the ball. Straight away it's going to be Josh Brack. Brack blocked down under pressure but manages to get the ball back. Here comes the hand pass out. Another opportunity for the Clarecastle men. In it goes from Paul O'Connell, and it's over the bar.
Yeah, just like you called Sean before the game. Long ball from Cian Broderick up. No matter who's back there, it's going to break somewhere. And Clarecastle just seem to be that small bit more lively at the minute on the breaking ball.
So here he goes, Andrew Fahey again. He's stepping back. He's looking for a bit of movement. The options aren't there unless he wants to go to the 21. That's exactly where he delivers it. But standing up on this occasion is Dylan White. Here comes the strike. Down on top of Danny Hines. Hines has the ball. He's got options in the centre if he wants to use them. Into the hands of Conor McDermott is where he goes with it. McDermott now on the 65. Looks for the run. It's Hines again. But he just manages to drop that ball out of the hands. Now he's trying to roll lift it inside in the bunch. The ball breaks down behind. Down over it. It's going to be interesting to see who comes away with this one. The ball breaking again. Hurleys are being pulled, but Kevin Curry says play on. There's 2 in it. The ball worked back in front of Liam Murray. Murray pops it in front of that full forward line again. It's going to be Paddy Burke with it. Here comes Burke towards the sideline. He gets the strike off. Is it going to come in enough? It's not on this occasion. It stays right and wide.
Yeah, the first ball Paddy Burke got into his hand really over on the side, running towards the sideline. Not the ideal shot to take on. Went wide. You'd prefer him to head towards the goals really.
So here comes Cian Broderick, long and direct again, straight down on top of that full forward line. Up they all go, it's battered out. Out to the free man on this occasion. It's Ian Fahey. Ian steadies himself, delivers it, looking for the run of Callum Fahey. Callum trying to get there ahead of what is David Toohey. Toohey though gathers the ball. He looks for Cian Galvin. Galvin now shortens the grip. He works it as far as Rory O'Connell. Rory's on the halfway line. Galvin calls for it back. He gets it. He drops it, gets it back up into his hands. Here he goes, 50 yards out. He's a point on the board already, but this one's going right and wide.
Yeah, again, just have to track that runner, especially Galvin coming forward. Like, you know, you can't let a fella of that quality come forward in space.
Oh, Andrew Fahey once more. He's looking to go short with it, but maybe he's calling him towards him now. So you wonder, is he going to go on down on the half forward line? He's taking every second he can, and with the playing into this heat of this breeze, you wouldn't blame him at all. Here goes the puck out into the hands once more of Conor McDermott. McDermott now looking for Dylan White. Dylan carries it. Up he comes towards the 65. Lays it off to Ian Fahey over the far side of the field. Ian manages to regather it. He has the option of giving it back to again if he wants, but on this occasion he's turned over in possession. Clarecastle win it back. The hurley is lost. The hand pass goes off into the hands there of Rory O'Connell. Rory O'Connell with the strike, but it just stays to the right and wide.
Yeah, got lucky there. You can see what Whitegate are trying to do. They're trying to do probably the right thing and run it out, but they just seem to be making a mistake in possession on occasions, which is letting Clarecastle in and having a shot.
I suppose from Clarecastle's point of view, they're happy to let Whitegate take these short puck outs, and the pressure really only comes on when they get as far as the 45.
Yeah, exactly, because they're happy to sit back and let the ball, because even though the ball isn't travelling that far in the wind anyway.
Conor Whelan has it now for the Whitegate man. He's inside the Clarecastle 65. He's been chased by Aaron Hayes, but he gets the shot off. It's one is just not going to come around in the breeze. It was an opportunity for Conor, but it stays right and stays wide again.
Yeah, nice run by Conor through the middle again. That town side goals, as you call it, Sean, you have to hit to the left because that ball will travel to the right hand side.
So Keane delivering it this time on top of his half forward line. The ball breaks down behind, but it's read there by the Whitegate men. Out they come, a little pop pass in front of Finn Madden. Finn now decides to go backwards with it. Here comes the strike. The run was being made. I'm not sure Owen Quirk realised that ball was for him, but it might work out to him yet. It won't, because there's a chop there on the hurley of Stephen O'Halloran, and a free out for the Clarecastle men, and an opportunity from this distance and the breeze behind.
It's the first free, is it?
It is the first free for Clarecastle. Whitegate had the one over on the sideline.
Oh, yes, sorry, yeah.
So yeah, one apiece after 12 minutes. So as we said, Kevin is a referee that will let it flow.
Yeah, not going too bad. Yeah, it's still very much a tactical battle, I would call it. You know, Whitegate are trying to run out with the ball. Clarecastle are happy enough to leave him off at that and sitting back and waiting for that strike up. The ball is, as you can see, it's a very, very difficult win. The ball isn't coming past the 60 Clarecastle or the Whitegate 65 as we look at it.
Cian Galvin with this opportunity, he's striking it in. Distance isn't a problem. The accuracy, however, isn't there. And I suppose from a Whitegate point of view, even though Clarecastle have had the lion's share of possession, it's still only 4 points to 2, 12 and a half minutes gone. So they'll be happy enough with that playing into this breeze.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, you'll be delighted with that. First 10 minutes gone, playing into that breeze, only 2 points down. And like I said, if they can just keep that ball into the hand, they'll be much better off.
That one is just slightly overplayed and into the hands of Paul O'Connell is where it is. O'Connell gives it off in front of Harry Doherty. Harry checks in, he tries to get the pass off. It might still work out for the Clarecastle men. It's bobbing around the square inside. There's a ruck developing, but it's going to be Whitegate's possession. Dropped inside, the ball is still there. There's a couple of bodies over the ball at the moment, but play goes on because the sliotar is still moving about. Forward they come, and at the end of it all, it is Whitegate who bring that ball away. They're working it up in front of Danny Hines. Hines now has the opportunity to carry it up as far as his own 45, coming closer to the 65, delivers it, looking for the run of the full forward line, but the breeze just cuts it out and into the hands of Colin Brigdale. Brigdale goes cross field into the hands there of Josh Brack. Josh steadies himself, gets the strike off, but this one has gone out, gone to the left and gone wide. Clarecastle at this stage well on top, as we say, but they're starting to miss a lot of their chances. Yeah,
it was a very, very difficult breeze down there, Sean. You know, you're going to find a lot of wides today with that breeze. It's strong and it's swirling. So here we go again, Whitegate coming out. Let's see if they can keep that ball in hand now.
Forward they come, it's Donald Burke that has it. Donald gives a little pop pass in towards the centre. Here they come, attacker through their corner back, which is Conor McDermott. McDermott now giving the strike in. This one's going to hold up on the 21. They all go up, the ball breaks down, but it's going to be into the Clarecastle men, and Stephen O'Halloran gathers it up. Stephen delivering it, looking for the run of his centre forward. Conor helping gets the ball into his hand, has time to steady himself, looks at the post, gets the strike off, but this one is staying left and staying wide again, Conor.
Yeah, again, coming forward again, Wyke did very well to come through the middle. Just that final ball in, I think there was a shot he was going for. I think he kind of half mishit it, but which allowed Clarecastle to come back the other side.
This time there's a bit of movement inside in the middle as Andrew Fahey makes no mistake with his delivery. He gets it as far as Conor McDermott into the hands of Conor Whelan. Whelan delivers it low and straight in front there of Ronan Hayes. It breaks inside. Hayes has an opportunity. Goal chance. It's a back to the net. And Wyke find themselves in front as we hit the 15-minute marker.
Yeah, ball out, I think, to the centre back here up the other end, which allowed him to come forward about 15-20 yards into Conor Whelan. Lovely, strong, low ball in. Finished off by a great goal.
So Wyke find themselves in front. 1-2 now for Wyke. It's 4 points for the Clarecastle men. They have dominated the open 15 minutes, but they find themselves 1 point behind. The breeze at their backs as the puck out goes. Long and direct. Down it goes. It's breaking behind. Attacked on this occasion by Owen Quirk. He can't get it up into his hand, but it does manage its way as far as Liam Murray. Liam now just gets his boot to it. Kicks it out into the hands there of Dylan White. Dylan trying to find a loose Wyke player to deliver to. Instead, he just strikes it down, but only into the hands of Aaron Hayes. Hayes is blocked down. Ball goes to ground. It's still there. The hurley's going as they're all trying to gather it. Up they come forward on this occasion through Evan Price. Price gives the offload into the hands of Halpin. Conor Halpin with the strike. Conor Halpin with the score.
Great score. Wyke now just need to remain calm, stay doing what they're doing, stay trying to come out with that ball. They're executing it very well out about the 65-yard line. From up there, a couple of issues, but they just need to stay doing what they're doing now. Everything is working for them fine.
16 minutes gone here in Dr. Ailey Park, and the teams are all square. It's 1-2 for Wyke. 5 points for Clarecastle. Short puck out as far as Dylan White once more. Dylan now goes into Conor McDermott. Conor looking for movement ahead of him. Goes cross field. He's looking for the goal scorer, which was Ronan Hayes. Hayes lets it beat him. Now he gets it back into his hand. Taking on Stephen O'Halloran. O'Halloran gets a flick on the ball out over the sideline, but more importantly from a Wyke point of view, they keep the possession.
Yeah, great flick by Stephen O'Halloran, to be fair. It was a lovely ball in and a nice little dummy to bring it around to his side. So Stephen did very well to get back and get that flick in.
Conor Whelan just outside the 21-metre line is going to take control of this. We've seen Conor cut him over from a lot of distances and a lot of angles, but into the teeth of this breeze, it'll be a difficult one if he decides to take it on.
I'd imagine by the look of him, he's going to try and take it on anyway.
Here it goes. It just doesn't have the height. It's floating across. It's still inside. It's won on this occasion by Evan Price. Price on his way out. Over the shoulder. Delivers it long. It's going to break down here around midfield. They all go up. Here it goes. Kieran Keenan. Keenan has a shortened grip. Over towards. Opens the play to Conor Whelan. Conor now has a standing strike. This one has the distance. But once more, the accuracy just isn't there. Stays to the right and wide.
Yeah, again, another one to the right-hand side down into that goal. It's very important to shoot left down there.
So once more, Keane Broderick looking back. He's going to go long, straight down. He's trying to get it over the head of Harry Doherty, but it's read on this occasion by the centre-back, Owen Quirk. Quirk gets the ball into his runners, which is Liam Murray. Murray on the way forward. He's been chased all the way. He shortens the grip. He manages to get her. Keane Galvin has that play read. Keane gathers it up into his hand. He's coming up towards the halfway line. He's still on the move. He's looking for movement. There it is. Pop pass up ahead of him. On they go through Rory O'Connell. O'Connell has the ball in his hand. He's blocked down on this occasion and mushed to the light of the Wyke crowd here, Conor.
Paddy Burke is after chasing, I'd say, about 80 yards to get that block in. Unbelievable run up by Paddy Burke.
Into the hands of Ronan Hayes. Ronan has it once more under pressure from Stephen O'Halloran, and same defending once more from Stephen. He just gets that little flick out over the sideline, and I suppose Ronan has 1-1 on the board, but when the ball is going down a 50-50 like that, Stephen is just using his experience to make sure he's not getting away.
Yeah, that's all you're doing as a defender. You're trying to just get some sort of a touch, some sort of anything at all to get touching that ball to keep it out of the forward's hands.
So Conor Whelan once more taking charge of this line ball. He's halfway between the 45 and 65, looking for a bit of movement here. He cuts it low across. There's got to be a race for it. Trying to get there on this occasion is Paddy Burke. Burke slips on this, and as the ball comes back into the hands there of Colin Brigdale. Colin coming forward. He's looking for O'Connell. O'Connell goes to ground. No free, says the referee. Blocked down as he tries to clear into the hands now of Mikey Berger. And forward it comes into Kieran Keenan. Here comes Keenan. Has the ball in his hand. He's looking for a bit of movement. Somehow is able to make some space. He's got past 4 of them. The hand pass goes, looking for Hayes. Hayes gets the strike, and what a movement that was from Kieran Keenan to set up that score for Hayes.
Johnny Akers drive, it was like Messi running through for Barcelona there at one stage. Jeez, he danced around 2 or 3 of them there. Clarecastle will not be happy with that, but another great finish up to by Ronan Hayes. Clarecastle certainly have to do something there.
Oh, and I suppose it all came from the work rate. Clarecastle had the possessions. Mikey Bogenberger, he got the block in. Then they were able to turn it over, get the attack on it. As a substitution coming, it's Conor Whelan is going off on the Clarecastle side. And I'm not sure, did you see the number that was coming on there, Conor? Number 20, and number 20 is Oisin Whelan. So Oisin in for Conor. It's sharp puck out on this occasion as far as Colin Brigdale. Colin delivering it, looking for the run of Conor Halpin comes out, he just can't get her on this occasion. Conor McDermott is there to mop it up for the Whitekick in once more, looking for the run of Bogenberger however can't get it into his hand. It's turned over. It's Clarecastle's Keane Galvin on this occasion. Keane gets the strike on, but it's staying left, it's staying wide, and we said it earlier, but these opportunities are really starting to go astray on the Clarecastle men.
Yeah, just going to show, like, the use of your full forward line for both camps is very important. You see Whitegate, how well they're using their full forward line. No, they might be winning every one of them, but Whitegate are playing an awful lot of ball into their full forward line, whereas Clarecastle are taking a few shots from outside.
Puck out goes short, two different Clarecastle men around, but the puck out, the hand pass still goes from Conor McDermott into the hands of Danny Hines. Hines now looking backwards to Ian Fahey. Ian steadies himself. He tried to find a gap, but that was read by Harry Doherty. Doherty has it. The calls are coming from Oisin. He gets his first taste of the action since his introduction to his midfield partner, which is Colin Brigdale. Brigdale with the strike. This one looks like it is drifting, and we'll wait for confirmation. It has drifted right and drifted wide again.
Yeah, another wide. Look, like I said the last time, I just like to see him throw the ball into the full forward line and see what happens inside there. You know, there isn't much ball. If you're inside the full forward line, you're getting frustrated now at the minute. You're playing with the wind. There's very little ball coming in, bar the puck outs that are coming up to them.
Here Andrew going long on this occasion. Keane Galvin is trying to position himself underneath it. Up he goes, gathers it, pass halfway, back onto the hurley. He's inside the 65, straight in front of the goals. If there's one man you don't want to give a puck out on this field, it's Keane Galvin, and he punishes him straight away.
Yeah, he had a great bit of space there and right in front of the goal, so if he was going to put any of them over, that was the one he was going to put over. It's
Clarecastle now 6 points. It's Whitegate 1-3, but at the same time, from a Whitegate point of view, 21 minutes gone, nearly 22, as they get the puck out low. It's all square. Kieran Keenan with the ball. He was looking crossfield. Danny Hines is trying to get there. Danny lunges in, but the ball is still there at the feet of Josh Brack. Brack can't get it up into his hand. Still inside around the ruck as the ball still bobbing around. It's going to be a question of who comes away with it. Evan Price has it on this occasion. Gets the hand pass off. It's not a hand pass, it's what's called. It's a throw and a free an opportunity now for Whitegate.
Yeah, a lovely flick by him to get it up into his hand, but it was definitely a throw and right in front of the referee as well to make it worse. So he was never going to get away with that one.
So it's got to be an opportunity for Conor Whelan. He'll be striking into the teeth of this wind. When he does so, he'll be just inside the halfway line. So you will expect that maybe the Whitegate men will be better off moving that little bit further towards the edge of the square, because judging by Andrew's puck outs, there's a chance that this mightn't be able to make it. Conor steadying himself. He went low with the first one. He's taking it on this occasion. It is going to have no, it's not. It's going to drop in. Keane just gets his hand to it. It's still bobbing about into the hands of Paddy Burke. Now, but Paddy Kane gets a flick onto it at the second occasion. The ball still staying in play. It's gone. We're all looking at the umpires. The umpire's hand eventually goes up. It is going to be a 65, and we said from here that into the teeth of that breeze there was always the chance the ball will held up. Keane Broderick just couldn't get it under control, and an opportunity now for Whitegate to try and put themselves back in front.
Yeah, just one of those that kind of lands in the wrong spot, just outside the square, which allows the forward to contest. So very difficult one for Keane Broderick to contend with, but he did manage it somehow and got the ball out safely for 65.
So Conor Whelan now stepping back with his 65. Here comes the strike. This one, there's no doubt of the distance. And there is with the accuracy, however. It goes right, it goes wide. And I suppose it is an indication of the breeze at the moment, because Whitegate, a lot of their wides coming to the right hand post. Clarecastle's a lot coming to that left hand post. There is a huge drag in the breeze at the moment here.
Yeah, very difficult to judge it at the moment. Ooh.
A free in for the Clarecastle men, and there's Liam Murray is in trouble here at the moment. Kevin Corrie is calling him out. Yellow card issued from Kevin, and a stern warning to him as well following that tackle, as Clarecastle now will have the opportunity to try and put themselves back in front. But I suppose if you had told Whitegate that after 25 minutes of the first half, playing into the breeze, that you'll either be level or a point down, they'd nearly have bit your hand off for it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like I said, they're doing the right things with the ball. They're you know, some of the midfielders and their half back or half forward line are coming back collecting the ball. It's just that transition from the midfield to the full forward lines where they're having a couple of difficulties with it, but they seem to have come on top of it. Now, as rightly pointed out to us there a few minutes ago, Clarecastle do seem now to have pushed up and gone man on man, which has made a difference in the last 5 or 6 minutes there.
I suppose that's an indication of why Keane Galvin then was under the last puck out. The opportunity wasn't there for Andrew to go short. He had to go long. It held up in the breeze, and Galvin was the best man to read it.
Yeah, as we know, whether he's been told to it or not, I don't know, but he likes to sit back in that kind of +1 position, Keane Galvin, and collect a bit of loose ball and make them runs up forward, but has been told to shove forward up onto the Whitegate back line.
Rory O'Connell is back on his feet here at the moment. He's just replacing his helmet as it's the first, I suppose, scoreable free inside the 65 that we've had in the game. We'll follow and see where it goes. It's gone in from Paul O'Connell and straight over the bar. Clarecastle just nudging themselves back in front.
Yeah, great score, not an easy one in that win. Good stern strike on the ball, making sure it went straight through the middle.
Oh, Andrew trying to call his players back again. He's gone into the middle of 2 different Clarecastle defenders, but he does find Conor McDermott. McDermott decides to take it on. He's got options outside if he wants, but ball goes to ground, but they maintain that possession through Bogenberger. Berger, however, he's turned over. The ball goes to ground and into the hands of Harry Doherty. Doherty now shortens the grip. He's looking for Josh Brack. Brack is heading towards the 21. Ball in hand. He checks back in to make an angle. Can he get the strike off? Gives the hand pass. It's over. It's too high on this occasion, and Owen Quirk is going to mop those ones up all day as Ian Fahey clears for the Whitegate.
Yeah, very well scrambled defence by the Whitegate crowd there.
Kieran Keenan now trying to get it, but he's been followed by Keane Galvin. The ball breaking down. David Toohey tries to get underneath it. In comes the hurley though of Conor Whelan on this occasion. Conor plays it out over the line. It's going to be a Clarecastle line ball, and the McMahon over seems to be unsure with it, but I thought that Kevin Curry had indicated that it would be, and it did look from our position for it to be a Clarecastle ball.
I'm sure Andy knows where it's going back there, but just on the Whitegate defence run out with the ball, you have to understand it's not going to go right every time, but if they keep working it as they're doing very well at running out that ball normally.
Oisin Whelan now down over that ball. He gets it into his hand. He's taking on his man. He breaks the tackle. He's inside the 45. The strike is off. In it's going. But again, it's just saying out to the left-hand side. It is, I suppose, it's a huge learning in the first 26 minutes with striking into this breeze. And if there's one thing that Whitegate will be talking about in the dressing room at half-time, it'll be to try and not repeat that pattern.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he had a man inside him there. It's the hardest thing for a forward ever to do when he's on his own is pass the ball, but that's exactly what he should have done there. Give it to the man in the better position. Danny
Hines goes up underneath it. The ball breaks and Danny manages now. Gives a little flick pass over in front of Liam Murray, but Murray beaten to it by Aaron Hayes. Ball heading towards the sideline, but it just stays in play. The shoulder comes in there from Hines. He goes to ground. Catered up now on this occasion by the Whitegate men. They're looking ahead, shorten the grip on the edge of the sideline. Ball just falls out of the hands, and chasing for it there was Colin Fahey. Fahey is not going to get it, however, in this occasion, because there's a number of bodies around. The ball's still bobbling. It's still live as eventually Kevin Curry decides that he had blown the whistle before Keane Galvin came away with it, and it's going to be a throw-in as Kevin Curry is just going to have to get everybody up off the ground and safely away.
Again, just people shoving the weight around, nothing too extreme there at all.
Whitegate through Conor Whelan on this occasion, win that, working it forward into the hands of Kieran Keenan. Keenan now to the full forward line it goes. Stephen O'Halloran tried to get up there, but he's going to be beaten to it on this occasion by Paddy Burke. Burke leaving it behind him. Ronan Hayes now trying to get it. Ronan still down over it. Ronan has it up into the hand, lost it at the second attempt, back to ground, in nipping Evan Price. Price now goes to ground, pushing the back of Evan Price. It's going to be a free out for Clarecastle, but a small bit of panic in there for the last 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, it was. If you watch that pass again by Conor Whelan, he came around the Clarecastle man to pass it in front to invite. I can't remember which Whitegate player was, but invited the Whitegate player to run onto it, which started that attack. Normally, you'd see a person trying playing it back, playing in defence, but Conor Whelan came around. It was a more difficult pass and give it inviting the attack on.
So Keane Broderick is going to have responsibility for this, as Evan Price is still receiving a bit of attention there on his left knee, but Kevin Curry says we're going to go ahead. So here comes that free from Keane. He's delivering it inside the 45. Oh, come looking for it on that occasion was Harry Doherty. Harry sees the ball break down in front. Paul O'Connell trying to nip in and win it on this occasion for Clarecastle. The ball is still there ahead of him, but there's a number of red and black jerseys in there trying to make sure that that ball doesn't go into a Clarecastle hand, as we still have another stalemate inside around. There comes the ball, break it out, and it's mopped up there by Ian Fahey. Ian with the ball on his own 21 gives the clearance, but Ian reading it all the way is Evan Price. Price coming forward, play is held up on this occasion, and it possibly going to be an indirect free when we get back underway, as Kevin Curry just calls for attention there to Conor Halpin, looks to be the injured party on the ground.
Yeah, he just went in to block the ball, and I think the swing of the hurley just caught him on the side of the head. Nothing malicious, nothing meaningful from Ian Fahey there at all, just pure accidental.
So he is back sitting up, but I suppose 1-3 to 7 points. We're hitting the 30-minute marker now. We're not sure exactly how much injury time is going to be played, but if you were the Clarecastle, I suppose, management heading into the dressing room here, you've only got a slinderous to lead, you're going playing into a big breeze. What's the message really that you're given?
At half time, is it?
Yeah.
More or less the same as what Whitegate is doing. You know, you have to run it up in that breeze. The only thing I'd say Clarecastle are not doing is feeding their full forward line. You know, they're having pot shots. If you watch it out from the wings, either side, it's not ideal in a win like that. You need to bring the ball. Even the last wide over here on the far side, away from us, he could have travelled 15 more yards with that ball, steadied himself up to have the shot. It's just, for me, feed your full forward line. That's what they're there for, and bring that ball into a more scoreable position, not out in the wings. It's not a day for it at all.
So Cian Galvin is going to take responsibility for this free. It is indirect, so he has to look for runners, and it is Paul O'Connell who makes the run. Paul goes to ground under pressure on that occasion from Conor McDermott. McDermott loses the hurley. Clarecastle have possession, however. They've got options outside if they want to take it on. You're not going to go. Oisin Whelan's taking on the shot, and Oisin's shot stays left and stays wide once more.
Yeah, unlucky. Seemed to be leaning back an awful lot to get that shot off. Maybe that was the difference between it going over the bar or not, but unlucky.
Andrew Fahey now is asking his players to go wide on this occasion. It's 31 and a half minutes gone here in Dr. Daly Park, as he's looking to go short in towards the centre. He opened the gap, finds his men, but there's 3 different Clarecastle men. Conversion on the one Whitegate player. The ball is still there, however, the numbers coming around. It's Clarecastle's Conor Halpin trying to get down over it. He loses his footing inside in the middle of it all. The ball is just kicked forward into Danny Hines' I suppose runway. Danny picks up the ball. He's trying to deliver, looking for the players inside. Hayes gets a touch to it. He has the ball in his hand. He's on the 45. Looks for the movement. Well, all is going to break down here in front. The call just wasn't there, Conor. It was 2 Whitegate men down over that ball. If the call was given, the opportunity was there.
Oh, very, very unlucky. Great play by Ron Hayes. And what a ball. Kind of over his right-hand shoulder to give in.
Oh, on they go with Clarecastle now in possession through Josh Brack. Josh has the opportunity, he has the shot, and it's the story of the first half. It's that left hand post outside it and wide again.
Yeah, I think we're just counting up there, 11 wides, I think, and I'd say our 9, 10 of them on that left hand side maybe,
And that is the half-time whistle here in Dr. Daly Park. So Clarecastle will head to the dressing room. They have 7 points on the board, but they have 11 chances gone astray on them. And on top of that, I suppose, the 3 goal chances as well during that first half. So it's a 1-point lead for them, and they'll have a lot of work to do against the Breeze in the second half.
Yeah, but don't forget, Whitegate had a couple of goal chances there in the first minute down inside. It's actually an evenly enough matched game, isn't it? I know you've taken into consideration Clarecastle, all the wides they've had, but you must also take into consideration the breeze they have as well. So again, it'll be interesting to see. It is working for Whitegate coming out. Like I said to you, you have to understand that. When you're doing that much playing with the ball, if you want to say it like that, coming out, you are going to make a mistake or two. It's just that. And in fairness, the scramble defence coming back, they've been very good. Anytime the ball is going to ground, they seem to be coming out of it in that half back line. Again, from a Clarecastle point of view, you would have to be disappointed enough with that first half. Even when the ball goes into the back line there, when it goes in low, they look to be in a small bit of bother. Paddy Burke, Ronan Hayes especially, is performing very well up there.
Yeah, and I suppose the one thing from Clarecastle's point of view, we spoke about the youth that they have on their side, so it might actually suit them better to carry the ball into the teeth of this wind in the second half than maybe going direct as they have been doing in the first 30.
Yeah, might suit him better to get a bit more confidence on the ball, running with the ball. You know, the more time you have with the ball in your hand, the more confident you are with it.
And with that, we'll let you enjoy the highlights of that first half here from Dr. Daly Park. Join us in little under 10 minutes' time when we'll have throw-in to find out who the first team into the TUS Clare Intermediate Hurling Final for 2025 will be. Maintain possession. Here comes the strike. In it goes. It's in. It's over the bar. An opening come. Here comes the strike. In it goes. We watch for the umpire. That's in. It's down over the ball into the hand at the second occasion. He has the strike. He's the breeze behind him. Distance is no problem. Accuracy is no problem. And they want to look for it. Here comes the delivery. Colin Brigdale giving it straight into the hands there of Conor Halpin. Halpin steadies himself. Gets the strike and straight into his full forward line. It goes. The ball breaking there. Looking for it as Ronan Hayes. Ronan Hayes has it. Shortens the grip. In it goes. Oh, Josh Brack. Brack blocked down under pressure but manages to get the ball back. Here comes the hand pass out. Another opportunity for the Clarecastle men. In it goes from Pollard at low and straight in front there of Ronan Hayes. It breaks inside. Hayes has an opportunity. Goal chance. It's a and in. And YK find himself forward on this occasion through Evan Price. Price gives the offload into the hands of Halpin. Conor Halpin with the strike. Conor Halpin with the score. Takes some space. He's got past four of them. The hand pass goes looking for Hayes. Hayes gets the strike. And what a movement that was from Kieran Anderson. Got past halfway back onto the hurley. He's inside the 65, straight in front of the goals. If there's one man you don't want to give a puck out on this field, scoreable free inside the 65 that we've had in the game. We'll follow and see where it goes. It's gone in from Paul O'Connell and that's straight over the bar. Clarecastle. as the Clarecastle men make their way from the dressing room, Kevin Corrie is in situ in the middle of the field, so we're just awaiting the introduction of the Whitegate lads. And I suppose looking around, it doesn't seem like there's any changes on the team, and positional wise, very much as they finished that half there, Conor.
Yeah, we see the rain coming down as well now. That's going to have a bearing on it, whether the wind stays as high or not.
Whitegate now, you can hear by the clap down below us, making their way out. They come out onto the field with the wind behind their back for the next 30 minutes. But sometimes, as we've seen in the first half, having the wind and playing with this, I suppose the rain now that's going to come with it as well, it can be just as difficult from a shooting point of view as it is into the breeze. Yeah,
and it's a kind of a misty rain too, you know. It's the kind of worst rain you want as a hurler. Hard to see into, hard to grip the hurley, the whole lot.
Conor Whelan making his way to wing forward for this half. Kieran Keenan has gone out around the midfield. He's marking Cian Galvin once again here in the middle as Kevin Corrie has the ball in his hand. And in it goes, the ball breaking here to Oisín Whelan behind. Oisín has possession. He's got runners off the shoulder if he wants them. Hand in over the shoulder. Advantage being played as he gets the ball off into the hands of Paul O'Connell. But we're going to come back. There's no advantage accruing, and it's going to be an early chance for Cian Galvin to see what he can do with his opening free of the second half into the breeze.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see now where this free goes. I presume he's going to have the distance now, and he's shooting power. So
he is on the halfway line, however, and we saw with Conor Whelan, who is an equal, I suppose, master at the strike of the ball, that his one dropped just outside the 5 metre box. So we'll see where exactly Keane's one can end up. He's more or less dead straight in front of the goal, standing on the halfway line. He steps back, here comes the strike, in it goes, it's drifting, it's not going to have the distance, it breaks around the 13, up goes Doherty looking for it, Harry can't get it, Ian Fahey now trying to get in the end of it, Oisín Whelan has it at the end of all of that. Oisín started the play here at the start of the second half. He ends this, I suppose, spell of it with a point on the board, pushing Clarecastle out into a 2-point lead.
Yeah, nice little pirouette there, and had a shot. I don't think he even looked at the goal, so it was a great score.
Andrew Fahey steps back, he's going long, but this one looks like it's over his half-back line into the hands of Stephen O'Halloran. Stephen has time to take 2 or 3 touches before he manages to get it up into his hand. Looks for Evan Price in front of him. Price goes in towards the centre. They're attacking now through Aaron Hayes. Here comes Hayes beyond the 65, delivers it low, looking for a bit of movement inside. Out there was Cork. Cork couldn't get it up into his hand. Ball breaks back into the hands there of James Doherty, and James gets the strike, but it comes back into Andrew Fahey. Luckily enough, Andrew just staying alert, gets the ball into his hand and delivers it long down on top of Cian Galvin. Cian coming out, gathers the ball, takes on Conor Whelan, breaks free, looks for the runner there of Colin Brigdale. Here's Brigdale inside the 65, he's got 3 players inside him. There's the layoff, it's into Doherty with the flick. It's Harry Doherty this time, not James, as Whitegate once more gathering that ball through Dylan White, and Dylan playing it over into the hands there of Mikey Bogenberger. Berger is delivering it into the runners there of Conor Whelan. Conor Whelan now is going to take on the strike. In it goes. It's going to have the distance. It's not going to have the accuracy. The lessons weren't learned, I suppose, from Clarecastle in the first 30 minutes. It always started out to the left and it finished there as well.
Yeah, another shot up the top goals, finishing out on the left hand side.
Colin Brigdale going low in front of his half forward line. Paul O'Connell comes out looking for it. O'Connell has the ball in his hand, manages to get it back here in front of his full back line as they go and they steady themselves, delivering it into the hands of the new man in. That's Doherty, James Doherty. James has the strike, and James has a point at the end of that with the 8 of the post.
Just about. What a great pick up here right in front of us with Paul O'Connell. Grabbed the ball as it was going out over the line, grabbed it in a kind of a claw action. Great pick up.
And we're just trying to make out exactly who it was that made way at half time. James Doherty is there. Josh Brack is the one who's made way from wing forward. So James is in at corner forward, point on the board in the opening 3 minutes as that ball breaks down behind Tevin Price once more. Price was looking for Cian Galvin. The ball goes over their head. In nips Hayes. Here comes Ronan. Has 1-2 on the board from the first half. He's going forward. Cian Galvin keeping him under pressure. Hayes goes to ground. No free is what's called. Okay, and he still has the ball. Now he's looking. Here's the hand pass off into the hands there of Finn Madden. Here's Madden. He goes low. Side netting, however.
Unlucky. Again, Ronan Hayes causing all sorts of problems up there, dragging the Clarecastle backline over to the right hand side, which freed up some from Whitegate to come make that run through the middle, which they did.
Puck out going short, looking there for Colin Brigdale. Brigdale has the ball, he's on the 65, on the halfway, the runners are ahead. That's exactly where he's going to, into the hands there of Rory O'Connell. Rory now takes on the strike. This one is going in, but it's going to the left and going wide.
Yeah, poor enough strike there. Should have got a better strike in that ball.
Oh, we're back underway straight away. Kieran Keenan just can't get it up into his hands. Then he loses his footing as Keane Galvin nips in for Clarecastle. Here come the Magpies. Through they come beyond the 65. Keane is looking for runners. He decides to take the shot off to Hurley, but this one is going right and it's going wide. And no one needs to say anything to Keane. The shake of the head was enough.
Yeah, shake of the head says it all in that one. Made a great run. Could have possibly popped it off to someone again in a better position, but opted to shoot himself.
Caelan Fahey now trying to get down over it. He can't get it up into his hand though. However, because in there was David Toohey. Toohey goes to ground. He's fouled on this occasion. It's going to be a free out and an opportunity now for Keane Galvin maybe just to steady down the pace a little bit. We've had Helter Skelter opening 5 minutes to this half. Whitegate haven't managed to register one, but I suppose from Clarecastle's point of view, they've eked this lead out to 3.
Yeah, you took the words out of my mouth there with the Helter Skelter. I think Whitegate need to just slow this down a bit. Clarecastle are getting on top. Clarecastle seem to thrive when the game is going at 100 miles an hour. I think Whitegate just need to calm down here a small bit and keep it there.
Shane Whelan has no hurley, but he's got the feet over the ball to try and make sure the Whitegate men don't have it. On this occasion, though, he doesn't do enough to get it off him, and it gets the ball back as far as Conor McDermott. McDermott delivers it long. He was looking there for Paddy Burke inside. Burke now, he flicks it up high, but he does get it up into his hand. Creates a bit of space. He's looking for Fahey. Fahey, however, though, can't win it. So in there for the Clarecastle men, it looks to be Philip as he gets it out here in front of Price. Evan now has time, goes in towards the centre. Rory O'Connell gets the hurley to it, runs on, flicks it ahead of himself, down over it. Rory gives the hand pass off to Oisin Whelan. Whelan now has a point on the board. Is he going to take on his second opportunity? He's on the sideline. He's 40 metres out. Here it comes in. Now we're watching to see. The umpire is looking up above his own head. It stays right and it stays wide.
Yeah, what a great flick by Paddy Burke up here in the corner, out over the head. And the Whitegate men, instead of flicking with the hurley, just put it into your hand. You have it straight away.
Score remains 9 points for Clarecastle. It's 1-3 for Whitegate. Long and direct down the centre goes Andrew as that ball breaks there around the 21. Stephen O'Halloran decides to leave it to Colin Brigdale. Brigdale goes down over it. He's under pressure there from Ronan Hayes. Manages to make that bit of room. Gets it out in front of Evan Price. Here comes Price. He just lets it straight in front of that full forward line. It's Doherty coming looking for it. James trying to get down over it. He has the ball in the hand. James has a score on the board in the opening half, or the opening period of this half. Now he has 2 in his 6 minutes since his introduction.
Yeah, great score. I'm not sure what Whitegate are going to have to do with the puck outs because they're not landing as long as they were in the first half. And Kevin Curry was just noting down the score, so Andrew Fahey went that little bit too quick on this occasion for him. We're just waiting for the return of the Slitter back, but I suppose if there's one way to make an impact, playing into that breeze, put in the full forward line, and you have 2 points on the board in 6. Absolutely.
Ball into the hands of Danny Hines for Whitegate. Here comes he over the shoulder. He's put it in front of that full forward line. They have the opportunity. Here's the opening chance of the second half for the Whitegate men. Callum Fahey, the one who caught it, and Colin Fahey, the one who finished it.
Simple sport sometimes. Get the ball from the back to the front, into the hand and over the bar.
1-4 now for Whitegate, 10 points for Clarecastle. It's Keane Broderick who's been asked questions of with this puck out. He's going as far as Evan Price. Price loses his foot and he's under pressure there from Danny Hines. Still has it though, however, looks in towards Aaron Hayes. Hayes with the ball is going to open up the play towards Keane Galvin. Keane goes down over it. He's got options out in front of him. That's exactly where he goes with it. Clarecastle on the attack here through Brigdale once more. Colin looking ahead. He's coming up to the 45. No Whitegate jersey coming towards him. He decides to give the offload into O'Connell. The strike goes in from Paul and it's over the bar.
Yeah, Clarecastle have to work harder up in their forward line to stop that ball coming out. It's coming out way too easy up there. Even if they learn from Clarecastle, remember Clarecastle shoved up on Whitegate and it's at that point Clarecastle got on top in the first half.
Puck out once more for Andrew. He's looking in here for Kieran Keenan. Keenan has the ball in his hand. He's inside the 65. He's fouled, but play goes on. It goes as far as Callum. Callum back as far as Hines. Hines takes on the strike. Advantage was being played. There was nothing to lose, but we don't need to come back because he split the posts.
Yeah, had the advantage, so have a pop, and what a pop it was. Great score.
just keeps that margin at 3 points here at the moment. It's a Clarecastle 11, it's Whitegate 1-5, and we've seen a completely different intensity in the opening 8 minutes of this second half. Down on top of James Doherty again. James coming out looking for it, just can't get it up into his hand. Instead, it's going to be Dylan White who has it for Whitegate. He's got options in on Quirk. Quirk has it. White was fouled, however, goes to ground, and it'll give us a chance to all have a little bit of a breather as Andrew Fahey makes his way from goal.
Yeah, exactly what you want to see from a defender. Try come out with that ball at first. If you must go back, then go back. Lucky enough to get the free, I would have said, but however, free it is.
And Conor Whelan told Andrew to make his way back in. He's going to stand over this one. He's just inside his own 45. He's only about 15 in off the sideline here at the moment. So Breeze at the back. He's obviously confident. He has the distance. But it's going to be the direction is the biggest thing that we're going to watch from here. So here comes Conor standing on his own 45. That ball is up. It does have the distance. It does have the accuracy. He made the right call. He sent the goalie back in and he said, I'll make sure of this one.
At one stage I think the sliotar went above the stand here. I couldn't even see it went so high, but what a score. Monster score.
And that reduces the gap back down to 2. Clarecastle had a 4-point lead a minute and a half ago. Back to 2 now. Whitegate 1-6. Clarecastle 11 points. Keane Broderick looking for that half-forward line as he get that puck out. But up there looking for on that occasion was Liam Murray. He just breaks it down. It's Whitegate possession once more into Mikey Bogenberger. Bogenberger now gets it onto the runner. Here they come. Opportunity to present itself. But on this occasion, Finn Madden decided not to take it on. With the Breeze at the back, you thought the chance was there for him.
Oh yeah, have a go straight in front of the goals. Someone should be taunting him. Have a pop.
Ball breaking out. Whitegate still there, but it's going to be Clarecastle possession. Stephen O'Halloran has it for them. Here come the Magpies up to the 45, looking for O'Connell. He peeled off, but on this occasion Ian Fahey broke it down, but O'Connell gets it again. He's looking now for Rory on this occasion. Rory leaves it back to Paul again. Paul with the ball in his hand. He's blocked down under pressure. Kieran Keenan trying to nip in. It's into the hands of Rory O'Connell. Rory blocked down. There's a number of different red and black jerseys trying to roll lifted here at the moment, and we'll try it and see. It's Quirk who comes away with it. Quirk looking back. He has that bit of room, and that is, I suppose, that bit of experience. He didn't panic, spotted the free man out and delivered that ball down on top of Hines. An opportunity here now for him. Running onto it on this occasion was Colin Fahey, but he's turned over. Stephen O'Halloran once more on the 45. Crossfield ball. High and long it goes. Up they all go for it. The ball breaking down here. Looking for it on that occasion was Paul O'Connell for Clarecastle. He doesn't manage to get it in. Ball still bobbling around in the ground. Here comes Price. Evan goes in, wins it. Gives the ball in here now in front of Harry Doherty. Harry taking on his man, which is Ian Fahey. He steps back, delivers it. James is on the move. Up goes the hand. Can he get it? He can't. It goes to ground on this occasion. It's kicked back towards Andrew Fahey. Andrew won't thank his full back line for that one, but he does manage to mop it up, Conor.
She's not sure over that pass back, but Fahey did very, very well to take the hand, and now we've Whitegate on the attack again.
Colin Fahey is turned over once more by Stephen O'Halloran. Gets it as far as Price. Price is on the 45, looking for the full forward line, delivers it in. There's a race for possession over there towards Conor McDermott. McDermott goes to ground. James Doherty is trying to get it there. James has it in the hand. He's somehow managed to get it. He kicks it. We'll wait and see, but that one is a free in. Advantage being played. Pulling the jersey there. There was probably no doubt whatsoever on it. An easy chance now you would expect for Paul O'Connell to try and restore the 3-point lead.
Yeah, what a great passage of play. Up and down, the ball went up and down the field 2 or 3 times there. I think when the ball goes to ground down here, Whitegate are very good at getting in and getting that ball out.
It's going to be Paul O'Connell, as we say. He's just drying off the sliotar here at the moment. He's on the 21. He's about 10 metres or so just outside the big square, and you'd expect a man of his experience that he's going to notch his 4th. He has 2 from play, 1 from freeze. We wait for the white flag to be raised. That's exactly what happens. 2 from play, 2 from freeze for Paul today.
Yeah, important now Whitegate get back onto that scoreboard. They need a point or two just to stay in touch.
Short puck out once more as far as Liam Murray. Murray now delivering it long and across. He's looking for Whelan. Connor goes up. The ball breaks down. He's 3 attempts at rising it. He can't get it up into his hand. So Rory O'Connell comes in and says, I'll take care of that for Clarecastle. Gives the hand pass as far as Colin Brigdale. Brigdale now is inside the 65. He's got runners if he wants to use them. He decides to go himself. Here comes the Brigdale. Now he gives the pass. But it's a late tackle there after the pass. It's a free in and another opportunity now for Clarecastle to see. And the problem here is Liam Murray is on a yellow card and Kevin Curry looks to have the book out here, Conor.
Yeah, he'll be lucky to escape this one, I think. Now, there was no malice in the tackle is the only thing that will save him, and the fact that he got the ball.
It's a big call here now for Kevin. He is putting the hands up in the air. He is apologising. The question is it enough for a talking to? No, it looks like he's the hands on the head as Kevin continues to talk with him. So a big call going to be made here as we have just 16 and a half minutes or so. It's a second yellow. So it is a red, and Whitegate will have to see this game out with 14.
Yeah, you can't blame the referee for giving it. Like, the only factor was he did touch the ball. You know, he was going in for the ball, but probably is a yellow going by it. So referee gets it right.
So opportunity here now for Paul O'Connell to try and stretch that lead out to 4 again. They had a 4-point lead 6 minutes into this second half. Whitegate had brought them back to 2, but if they can convert this latest free, they're back out to that 4 again. So it's 1-6 for Whitegate, it's 12 for Clarecastle. As the opportunity coming here now for O'Connell. Here goes the strike, straight in, straight over the black spot. It's his 3rd pointed free, it's his 5th of the day, and Clarecastle now 4 points in front.
Yeah, Galvin gone free as would have been expected. Important Whitegate keep an eye on him. Can't afford to leave him free and get free ball.
Andrew Fahey is going straight down the centre. That ball, it breaks down into the hands there of Finn Madden. Midden now trying to get it away, but Madden can't free up the hands. He's been held on this occasion. It is a free in. It's going to be a chance now for Conor Whelan. Bit of back chat there on this occasion from the cornerback. And Kevin Curry says, I'm not going to be listening to that, lads. I'll just move it on in.
Yeah, that happens from time to time. A bit of frustration biting over there. Very good run out to come in and collect the ball by Finn Madden as well. Seems to be well up for today. Got held up by Clarecastle. Touch and go again. Whether you could have given the free either way, being honest. But Whitegate get rewarded. Important now that they put this firstly over the bar and win that puck out and get back up the field. So
Conor Whelan, he's about 40 metres or about 30 metres out from goal as we look at it here. He's more or less dead straight in front of it. Steps back. Here goes the strike. Straight in, straight over the bar from Conor. And he does reduce that gap back to 3 points. Clarecastle 12, Whitegate 1-7. And really, I suppose, as we hit just over the 15-minute marker here, Clarecastle will be by far happier with their performance here in the second half.
Yeah, but similar in the first half. Took Whitegate a little while to get into the game and take control.
Ball delivered straight in. Keane Galvin is trying to read it there. He doesn't manage to get to it, but he does break it back into the hands there of Philippe as he comes out. He's looking outside him for Conor. Sprigdale has it. High tackle around the shoulder on this occasion. Play goes on, however. Hand passed it over there into, and we're going to come back. No advantage accruing is what it was. Arne has had possession, but on this occasion, Kevin Curry decided there was nothing going to accrue from it. So it's going to be a free and an opportunity here for Keane Galvin to set up Clarecastle's latest attack.
Yeah, interesting enough. I'm just looking at, a couple of the Whitegate forwards there. They're trying to put the one hand down and just flick it up, and it's not coming up. They've tried it a few times. At some stage, you must go, look, get down over the ball, secure position first, and then make your own. Like, I know they're trying to flick it up so they're gone immediately, but they must get position into their hand first.
Here goes the free straight in front of Doherty. James just can't get it up into the hand. It breaks behind. Looking for it on that occasion is Ian Fahey for Whitegate. He gives it as far as Conor Whelan. Can he keep it in play? He can't on this occasion. He did at the first attempt. He couldn't at the second. Too much pressure on him. Out over the sideline. Possession back to Clarecastle once more.
Yeah, needs an option though. Needs a runner coming forward. Whitegate lads looking up, standing up, him no good. Needs a runner coming off his shoulder.
Oisin Whelan has the ball here at the moment. He's looks like he's getting a bit of notification from behind him with regards to what to do in it, but Oisin is just going to step back. He's looking for a bit of movement. He's now trying to judge that breeze, so he's thinking about cutting it in. Dalo has a little word in his ear, so we'll see if it's a word of magic or not. It is in, it is curling, it is over the bar as Dalo clinches the fists and gives that thump of the fist towards the crowd to make sure that the Magpies crowd get behind him.
Yeah, Wynn caught it lovely and brought it in, but what a great score.
Puck out long down there straight in front of Finn Madden. Finn can't get it up into his hand, into Aaron Hayes instead. Hayes now looks for Keane Galvin. Keane Galvin plays that hand pass out open. Colin Brigdale went looking for it, but instead it's back in towards Keane. It comes into his hand. He steadies himself. He's looking for the free players. He goes cross field with it, delivering it straight on top of that half forward line. Out came James Doherty. He batted it down, but it comes as far as Oisin Whelan. Whelan trying to get free. He does get free. He gets the strike off. He's a sideline 30 seconds ago. This one is gone right and gone wide.
I'm not sure was it wide before or after it went over the bar, but it was certainly very close. Very, very close.
So ball straight down into the corner for Paddy Burke to go chasing for Whitegate. But it's going to be Paddy all the way out over that sideline. It's going to be ball back to Clarecastle. Keane Galvin was looking for a quick, but instead it's going to be Colin Brigdale who will make his way all the way back to the 21 metre line, and he'll take responsibility for this one and try and make sure that Clarecastle maintain possession in that half of the field.
Yeah, but all the hurling Clarecastle are doing, they haven't got rid of Whitegate just yet. If Whitegate manage to sneak a goal here, like they're only 3 points behind, there's 12, 13 minutes left. Loads to play for here yet in this game.
Colin Brigdale now is it's actually Kevin Curry. Looks like he's having a word with somebody there at the moment. It's the sideline over by the Whitegate side of it, so obviously a couple of words were said over on the far side. Jim Hickey wasn't slow on coming in. He informed Kevin, who's dealt with it, and we're back underway now from Colin Brigdale. Cuts it down towards the halfway line, the ball breaking behind, looking for this Conor Whelan. Whelan can't get it up into his hand, can't get it there at the second attempt either. In now into Rory O'Connell. Rory O'Connell with possession, runners in fright. Here it is to Oisin. Oisin's inside the 21. He's going taking it on. Andrew Fahey has to get the hurley to it, puts it over the bar, and that lead leaks out to 4 again. 1-7 now for Whitegate. It's 14 points for Clarecastle.
Yeah, great decision to take his point there as opposed to taking it on.
Turned over once more is Keenan now gets it as far as Keane Galvin as far as O'Connell with the offload to Brigdale up to the 45. He's straight in front of the goals. Here it comes in, it's gone to the right hand side and gone wide. It's a wide ball here once more for Clarecastle, but they stay in front. Andrew delivering it long now. He's looking for Keenan once more. Here's Kieran, has the ball. He's halfway there at the moment. He's delivering that ball over in front of Hayes. Hayes comes out. He gets us early to it, but Aaron Hayes gets it for Clarecastle. He's looking for players here in the middle. He's trying to get the ball there at the moment out as far as Danny Hines. Hines has it. He's looking to get it off. Here comes the strike. In it goes. It's over the bar. Danny Hines again with his third of the afternoon, just reducing that gap back. 15 points for Clarecastle, 1-8 for Whitegate.
Yeah, again, just getting that point, staying in touch. Very, very important. Clarecastle seem to have the run in the last 5 minutes, but just keep that ball, keep having shots, keep scoring your points, and a chance will come.
Substitution coming on the Whitegate side as we'll keep an eye to see who it is that's going to make way. It looks like Kieran Keenan is the man that has been called ashore. So Kieran is, it is indeed Kieran, the one who's been called ashore. And into the action there comes Harry Bogenberger. So Harry will have an opportunity in the last 10 minutes or so here to try and make an impact and I suppose get on the front foot. 4 points down, 10 to go here. Out it goes as far as Evan Price. He's managed, first attempt he managed to keep it in play. When he went to grab it, it went back in under the legs. It is going to be possession to the Whitegate lads, and with 10 minutes to go they'll need to start notching a run here.
Yeah, very unlucky there. Just lost possession of it at a crucial time. Good substitution, I think, by the Whitegate side. Clarecastle seem to have a little bit of run in the middle. No harm, fresh legs coming in there.
So Conor Whelan is going to be the one that takes control of it here. He's putting it down just outside the 45 metre line. He steadied himself up, as we said in the first half. We've seen him cut him from all angles before. This one, however, it does have the distance. It was never going coming in, and he tried to judge it, to be fair, that it would be blown left. It just kept going straight out to the right and out wide.
Yeah, it just didn't get that cut to bring it across to the left that you needed for that wind to take it. It seemed to go straight, funny enough, out right and wide.
Oisin Whelan puts up the ball once more. He gathers the ball inside his own 65. Ball goes to ground. It's Danny Hines trying to roll lift it up in there for Whitegate, but it's Clarecastle's possession. Here they come, forward they come, all the way. Possession lost, but gathered again once more by Toohey. Toohey now out as far as Price. Evan blocked out on this occasion by that new man in with Harry. Harry got the blocked out. Manages to get it as far as the 21 metre line. There's a flick, but it's a flick as far as Clarecastle. It's going to be an opportunity here for them. Here comes Halpin. Shortens the grip of the stick. In it goes, and to me that was over the bar, but it doesn't matter because Kevin Curry has said advantage will be played. A tap across the helmet there of Halpin as he was taking the shot. So we're going to come back. It's going to be a free in, and it's going to be an opportunity for Paul O'Connell to extend the lead out that little bit more for Clarecastle.
Yeah, I think it was Ian Fahey gave the flick across there. I could see what he was trying to do, just misjudged it and gives the opportunity over to Clarecastle. Now of a free.
So here comes Paul. He's steadied himself down again. He's 30 metres out as that strike comes in. It goes straight in, straight over the bar. It is another one for him. It's a third pointed free of the second half. It is his sixth in total. Clarecastle now edging that little bit closer, possibly towards the TUS intermediate. Clare hurling final of 2025 as that ball breaks down there towards the 45-metre line. Trying to win it on this occasion is Fahy. He manages to give the hand pass, but it only goes straight out over the line, straight in front of the Clarecastle dugout, and that's met with cheers from that side.
Yeah, did very well to win it back in the first instance, and then just, giving away that possession cheaply, like you cannot do it, especially with so little time left. Whitegate need every ball up in that forward line.
Oh, it's the Clarecastle men and Oisín Whelan who's going to take responsibility for it, straight in front of his own dugout here at the moment. He steps back, he's cutting it down in front of O'Connell. It's Rory trying to get it up into his hand, but the ball goes out over the sideline. It's a line ball again on the opposite 45 this time, and it's to Whitegate on this occasion. As they look, they have options if they want to go quickly. That's what they're going to do, but it's gone too far behind Quirk. In nipping is Paul O'Connell. Is he going to be able to win it for Clarecastle? He's not, but Harry Doherty is there instead. Doherty has it. He's taking on his man. He tries to break the tackle. Back around comes Quirk, gets a boot to the ball. There's a race for possession here, and I suppose that Whitegate they're being punished here at the moment, Conor, for those loose passes.
Yeah, just loose passes going astray. Like I said, that ball is vital. Keep it to hand.
Clarecastle in possession through Big Dale once there. Here comes Colin. He's inside the 45. He's runners ahead if he wants them. He decides to carry it to the 21. He's heading towards the in line, cutting in across. He's inside. He's got options outside him if he wants. He's still on the go. And in on that occasion was Mikey Bogenberger. Got the hurley in, got the flick to it. And Whitegate now have possession. They have to work it from their own in line. Here they come up towards the 21. Driving out. He calling for the free was Conor Whelan. That's exactly what it is. They're on their own 21. Ian Fahy doesn't want to wait. Andrew Fahy comes and says, "Get out, leave it to me, I'll go along." So here goes Andrew. He's stepping back all the time, but you look back at the positioning of the players. Clarecastle, two free men, one in front of the half back line, one behind the full back line. As that ball breaking in, it's looking for the run there on that occasion of Fahy, but Colin isn't going to be able to get it. He's returned the other way, so it's Clarecastle out as far as Evan Price once more. Price working it here, out it come through the 21 metre line. The ball up towards the 45 into the hands of Conor Whelan. Conor Whelan on his own 65. Here's the strike, is in, and this one has gone in. It's gone to the right and gone wide.
Wasn't much in it, but we know they've got change in the first half. That's from letting that ball into Ronan Hayes. I don't think he's seen a ball in the last 10 or 15 minutes. A good ball, direct ball into him. Let that ball into him. They're going to need a goal, I think, to win this game.
Oh, Cian Broderick once more. He's been told to hold it up because there's a number of changes, it looks like, happening here on the Whitegate side, as it looks like it's Callum Fahy who's being called ashore. So Callum is making his way towards the sideline there at the moment, and in his place is Cian McDermott. So Cian in a corner forward for the remaining 5 minutes or so that we're going to have to play.
Yeah, like I said, I think if I'm Whitegate, I just want to get that ball into Ronan Hayes. He seems to be the man on fire today for them. Get that ball in, that's a good chance of winning the game.
And it is blocked down there by the Hines on this occasion. Here comes Hines. He nips down over, has the ball. Now he's looking across. He puts it straight across the 21. Up they all go. The ball is going to break down. Where's it going to break? It's into Cian Galvin, and Cian Galvin mops it up. He looks outside him, gets that ball out here in front. Here they come forward through Toohey at the moment. Toohey just loses possession. It's going to be back to Conor Whelan. Conor Whelan has it, gives the hand pass to Fahy. Here's Fahy, pop little pass here through the middle. Now opportunity here now for them to attack through Mikey Bogenberger. Bogenberger, however, 4 different Magpie jerseys around them. They get the work in, they turn the ball over, and Rory O'Connell comes free for them.
Yeah, just got overcrowded, didn't realise the man was coming behind him and flicked it away.
James Doherty has it on the sideline here at the moment. He's managed to keep the ball in play, trying to win that ball. It's still there for him. It goes out, eventually out over the sideline. It's a line ball. It's a line ball for Whitegate, but the Clarecastle men won't be too worried about that. We've 2.5 minutes of normal time to go here. They have that lead at the moment. It's 16 points to 1-8, 16 points to 11, a 5-point lead with, I suppose, 2.5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, it looks unlikely at this stage, but the only hope they have is getting it up into the square. We mustn't forget the Whitegate are down a man as well, so a big task ahead of them.
That cut is straight as far as Oisín. Oisín now gathers it. There's nobody inside, so he delivers it. The ball is going to hold up inside. It's going to be Conor Halpin. Halpin with the pass. This could finish it. It's Doherty. He flicks it in over the head. And Dalo jumps for joy down below us on the sideline. That nearly confirms it. The Magpies are heading to the TUS Clare Intermediate Hurling Final for 2025. It's now 116 to 1-8. 2 minutes to play here, Conor.
Yeah, that's a game. Wyke, defender, I think just Dylan White, just seemed to lose the ball. I don't know, he was looking up into the sky, just didn't seem to know where it was. A runner came from Clarecastle. Game, set and match, I think, at this stage.
And you must credit, I suppose, the management of Clarecastle. They made 2 changes. They've had a huge impact here. Oisin Whelan, the amount of ball he's been on in the second half, and James Doherty 1-2 on the board.
Oh yeah, serious contributions from the substitutions that come on.
Ball dropping in, trying to get there on this occasion is Keane. Keane now trying to get his first touch. McDermott, though, however, he's gone to ground. He looks like he's hurt himself, and he's wrenching around in pain there at the moment as play goes on. It comes there as far as Harry Doherty. Harry on the way forward. He's on the 45. He's coming towards the 65. He's got runners off the shoulder if he wants them. Instead, he continues on, shortens the grip, tried to get the strike off, but he's blocked down on this occasion. Here comes Quirk. In he goes. He mops it up, works the ball as far as Conor Whelan. Conor Whelan now on his own 65. He's dropping it in, but Clarecastle are not alone, down 1 man up there at the moment. They're down 2 because of that injury to Keane McDermott, and Clarecastle able to just mop it up, get the ball here as far as Conor Ralph. Conor Ralph looking for Doherty once more. Doherty coming looking for it. The gander is up now. He's 1-2 on the board already. He swivels back as far as the 21. He gets the strike in, but it just drops into the hands of Andrew Fahey. But Clarecastle won't mind that too much. 8 points up as we hit the 60 minutes here, Conor.
Yeah, ball in. Keane Galvin coming out of it again. Just Clarecastle are punishing Whitegate now at the minute with that spare man. You know, the legs seem to be a bit tired now for Whitegate. Clarecastle doing all the running straight down through the middle. Rory
O'Connell with that ball. He's coming towards the 45 again. He's got options ahead, but he decides to carry. Ian Fahey gives the flick, an illegal flick across the elbow, and with that, he's not alone going to take 30 seconds off it, but he's also going to give Clarecastle another opportunity to try and extend that lead out that little bit more. 116, and I suppose the big thing we spoke about at a half time with them being possibly a running team playing better into the breeze. 7 points is all they managed at the end of the first 30 minutes with the breeze at the back. They've won 9 so far in this half.
Yeah, Wyke just didn't seem to have an answer for them. Like, you know, countless times Clarecastle man has ran straight down through that middle. You know, Wyke look a bit leggy there near the end, especially with the man down. You know, very, very difficult to come against them. Clarecastle look a very, very fit team.
Here goes the strike, in it goes. That 1-9 becomes 1-10 for the second half. It's 1-17 now for Clarecastle. It's 1-8 for the Whitegate men as the crowd start to disperse from here. We've 61 minutes gone in Dr. Daly Park as Ian Fahey blocked down under pressure, but he manages to get it back. He's looking for some runners out in front of him. They're going to present themselves there through Harry Bogenberger on this occasion. Harry now gets it out in front of White. White now gives the flick. He was looking for the run of Conor Whelan, but in on that occasion nipped Owen Wallace. Owen Wallace blocks it down over the sideline, and I suppose you can see that difference in attitude here at the moment. Every Magpie man is playing for their jersey in county final day. The Whitegate, they've nearly consoled themselves to the fact that their year is finishing.
Yeah, just what we spoke about. The word that came to my mind was confidence. You know, once they have the confidence, they all seem to go over the bar.
Here they come, up they come into the 21 at the moment. Gets the strike off one hand. Here's Doherty again. 1-1 on the board. 1-2 on the board. Super sub is all you can say. He has brought Clarecastle all the way to it. 2-17 now for Clarecastle. 1-8 for Whitegate. And with that, we'll just see. Kevin Curry says, no, we're going to play on. So they'll have a bit longer before we get the full confirmation. But looking at that second half performance, they'll really take confidence from this one.
Yeah, like I said, they look a very fit team. So, you know, and they have the substitutions that are coming in, making it. What a difference them substitutions have made coming in. I don't know what the total tally is for the 2 subs that come on there, or the few subs that come on, but
2-5. Oisin Whelan has 3 points, 2 from playing a sideline cut, and then 2-2 from James Doherty.
What a contribution from the bench, you know. I mean, if you're getting that from lads coming in off the bench, you're winning most games.
It's ball back in here. Doherty trying to get down over it again. James has it in the hand. He's got movement outside him. He's looking inside. Gives the pass. Another chance. Another, is it? I think that's the back of the net. We're waiting to see. Yeah, it is indeed. It's Paul O'Connell that time. But made and created once more by that substitute, James Doherty.
It was a great ball across, but the skill to trap it down into his hand.
And there it is, confirmation that Clarecastle are heading to the TUS Clare Intermediate Hurling Final in 2 weeks' time. They will play the winners of the second semi-final in Garteen in little over an hour or so's time. But scoreline in the end, 3-17 to 1-8. We spoke about how happy they would have been scoring 1-9 at one stage there as we headed towards 60 minutes. They finished with 3-10 in the second half, and I suppose that is the biggest difference. 1-3 against the breeze for Whitegate, 3-10 against the breeze for Clarecastle.
Yeah, again, Whitegate they kind of went away from using the full forward line. The full forward line was doing a lot of damage in the first half, and a bit like Clarecastle in the first half. Really, Clarecastle didn't use the full forward line really, but Whitegate shouldn't be too dispirited over. It was a great performance, great battling performance. Might have been lacking a small bit of quality as regards putting the ball over the bar. Clarecastle just seemed to have the edge in it, seemed to have that bit of fitness on them really. But Clarecastle are definitely contenders going into that final.
Oh, and I suppose that is the biggest thing you talk about. They've really turned it around in the last couple of weeks. Like we say, it's 3-17 today in that semi-final. It was 4-19 in their quarter final. So if you're facing them, you know that it's a team in form and a team that if you give them a run on you, they'll put a score up.
Yeah, no doubt. But the only thing is, whoever does meet them in that final will most likely be looking at this video. They got most of the scores there in the last 5 minutes, so you'd be looking at where Whitegate hurt them really. Whitegate sticking to the running game the first half really hurt them as well. So a lot to learn, but there still is a bit for Clarecastle to do now as well going into that final. Confidence is a great thing going in, but overconfidence can hurt you as well.
And with that, we'll let you enjoy the highlights of that first half. Stay with us. We'll have reaction from the winning camp after the highlights as we'll speak to members of the victorious Clarecastle team as they now look forward to their place in the TUS Clare Intermediate Hurling Final for this. Maintain possession. Here comes the strike. In it goes. It's in. It's over the bar. And open home. Here comes the strike. In it goes. We watch for the umpire. That's in. It's down over the ball into the hand. At the second occasion, he has the strike. He's the breeze behind him. Distance is no problem. Accuracy is no problem. And they want to look for it. Here comes the delivery. Colin Brigdale giving it straight into the hands there of Conor Halpin. Halpin steadies himself. Gets the strike and straight into his full forward line. It goes. The ball breaking there. Looking for it as Ronan Hayes. Ronan Hayes has it. Shortens the grip. In it goes. Oh, Josh Brack. Brack blocked down under pressure but manages to get the ball back. Here comes the hand pass out. Another opportunity for the Clarecastle men. In it goes from Paul at low and straight in front there of Ronan Hayes. It breaks inside. Hayes has an opportunity. Goal chance. It's a in. And Whitegate find himself forward on this occasion through Evan Price. Price gives the offload into the hands of Halpin. Conor Halpin with the strike. Conor Halpin with the score. Takes some space. He's got past four of them. The hand pass goes looking for Hayes. Hayes gets the strike. And what a movement that was from Kieran Kearson. Got him past halfway back onto the hurley. He's inside the 65, straight in front of the goals. If there's one man you don't want to give a puck out on this field, scoreable inside the 65 that we've had in the game. Follow and see where it goes. It's gone in from Paul O'Connell. And straight again at the end of it. Oisin Whelan has it at the end of all of that. Oisin started the play here. Into the hands of a new man in. That's Doherty. James Doherty. James has the strike. And James has a point at the end of that with the aid of the post. Again, here comes he over the shoulder. He's put it in front of that full forward line. They have the opportunity. Here is the opening chance of the second half for the Whitegate men. O'Connell. The strike goes in from Paul and it's over the bar. But play goes on. It goes as far as Callum. Callum back as far as Hines. Hines takes on the strike. Advantage was being played. There was nothing to lose. But we don't need to come back. That ball is up. It does have the distance. It does have the accuracy. He's experienced that he's going to watch his score. He has two from play, one from freeze. We wait for the white flag to be raised. That's exactly what happened. He's coming here now for O'Connell. Here goes the strike. Straight in, straight over. Steps straight in front of it. Steps back. the magic or not. It is in, it is curling, it is over the bar. Rory O'Connell with possession, runners in flight. Here it is to Oisín. Oisín's inside the 21. He's going taking it on. Andrew Fahey has to get the hurley to it. Put Rory out as far as that. Hines has it. He's looking to get it off. Here comes the strike. You join us here now with victorious manager Ger Loughlin. Ger, I suppose heading in at half time, 1 point ahead, 7 points to 1-3. You had, I think it was 11 wides at that stage and a couple of goal chances missed. Was there any indication, I suppose, of nerves, or was it just a case of, look, we just have to push on for the next 30?
Well, I suppose we were going to be the victims of our own disaster, really. We had 10 wides, I think, or 11 wides with 2 goal chances. Out of the 11 wides, we'll say there was definitely 8 or 9. A bit more composure, we would have got those, and we would have been going in with a different reflection on the scoreboard. But our backs were to the wall, to be fair, and I think the message we were bringing across to the lads is that we had so many chances that we were the better team. Now, could we do something in the second half that was going to be against the trend, play into a gale force wind, stand up and be counted? And I think we got that out of everybody, and I think the subs that came on made a massive difference.
Yeah, and I suppose we even spoke about it ourselves at half time, that given the age profile of your forward line, that sometimes it's easier with I suppose their fitness levels and their speed to actually carry that ball into the breeze, as opposed to maybe it having it coming down on top of them like it was in the first half. So in some ways maybe the breeze, playing into the breeze, suited you that little bit better.
It did. We had to work it deeper and work it out more, and I thought we did that very well in the second half. And we limited their chances, really. In the second half we worked awful hard. something that I would like to have seen more in the first half. But as I say, we squandered a lot of chances in the first half. But we are a young team, and it's a bonus for this group to get over today and get to a final. It'll be a big learning curve for us. We want to get back senior, but you get back if you think that you'll be able to maintain it and sustain senior. And we are kind of at a rebuilding job, to tell the truth. But in saying that, we'll be going out hoping that we'll give it everything and play well, and you never know on the day.
Yeah, and I suppose you spoke about the bench. Like, I suppose Oisin came in just before half time. I think he got 2 from playing the sideline, and then James obviously at half time he hit 2-3. He set up the last goal as well, so a huge impact from the bench, which was exactly what you were looking for.
It was, and James Doherty has come back from a very serious shoulder injury back. He had a big operation in Sentry in end of January, beginning of February, and it has taken him this length to kind of find his feet again, you know. And I'm delighted for him, because he's a guy that wants to play, and we just felt he wasn't sharp enough. But I could see it there in the last couple of weeks that his sharpness is coming. So I thought it was a good idea, and the boys thought it was a good idea to give him a second half today. And if you got the ball into him, he was always going to be a threat, and thankfully he did, and he did show that smartness, I thought.
No, and I suppose from your own point of view as a management, what it really does is it heightens up even that competition for places now over the next 2 weeks when you sit down to finally pick that team for county final day.
Oh, absolutely. Now we have a headache. But do you know what? I said it to the guys there before we went out today, that on a given day we could pick another 4 to replace the first 15, and there wouldn't be a massive difference. And and that's the truth. We have some lads that are disappointed that aren't getting a place now. But as you say, that's up to them now to see, can they. We have a couple of weeks now to the final, and hopefully that they'll be fighting for the spot, because if they're showing form, there's a good chance they'll get the place.
Yeah, and I suppose that's it. You've got 2 weeks now to really prepare. You'll do a small bit of analysis, I suppose, with regards to this one, but really the focus is on making sure that you deliver a performance in that final in 2 weeks.
Yeah, I think so. We want to go out and really give it a cut. We'll be the underdogs. There's no doubt about it. Rouen have already beaten us, and the Mills are raging hot favourites to win this out. And I've seen them, and they look serious. But by the time the other semi-finals play today, we won't know until 5:30 or 5:45 who we're playing. But they either the two are going to be massive challenges for us. But as I say, we're building, and we want to get back, but we want to get back and show that we can stay there. And in order to do that, we're going to have to beat the likes of Rouen or the Mills.
No, but I suppose even speaking back to those Rouen games, or the end of your group stage, as you say, the 2 losses, you've really built momentum now across that quarter-final and semi-final, putting up big scores on both days.
Yeah, we did, and the last day against Tubber, things just went very well for us, and we scored 3-14 in the first half. And it's probably a bit rich to think that we'd do the same today again. The conditions were totally the opposite today, and it was a slog. But I think today it kind of showed there was a bit of character there, and we're putting up big scores, but sometimes you might have to win that game today 14-13, or a point here or there makes a massive difference. And I say, with a bit more composure, we would have been going in at half time in a better place. But it wasn't to be at half time. But do you know what? I took an awful lot out of it, the way we performed in the second half, that we showed great courage and pride in the jersey.
Ger, thanks very much for taking the time to talk to us. Best of luck with the preparations and in that final in 2 weeks' time, and we'll hopefully be talking to you again closer to the time.
Thanks, Sean. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and you're all very welcome here to Gorteen, home of St. Joseph's, Dora Bearfield Hurling and Football Clubs. And you're here for the second of the Premier Intermediate Hurling semi-finals today between O'Callaghan's Mills and Rouen. The winners to play, the Magpies from Clarecastle, who defeated Whitegate earlier on in the semi-final in Dr. Daly Park in Tulla. Leo Doyle is my name, and I'm joined in co-commentary here today and analysis by Pat McNamara. Pat, you're welcome.
Good, Leo. Nice to be here.
Pat, look, we saw the first semi-final where Clarecastle demolished Whitegate in the end. We're coming into a game, here, O'Callaghan's Mills, many people's favourites for the winning of the championship from their first day out, taking on maybe Rouen, who've probably been one of the more consistent teams in the intermediate championship in the last number of years. Yeah,
look, the first thing I'll say is that Clarecastle well deserved their win. Maybe the margin was a little bit unfair on Whitegate in terms of the way they put up the fight, but the other thing, Leo, that has brought home to us, we're talking about wind. There's a savage wind, strong breeze sprung straight down from the Ennis side here towards the Quinn side, straight down in Gorteen. And look at our last predictions about the last game, how to affect the game, were totally off the boil. So it's very hard to say what will happen. The only thing we can say is that Clarecastle scored about 3 goals and about 10 or 11 points against it, only scoring 6 or 7 with it. So that'll tell you cannot judge the wind. It's all about the attitude of the players. And in this game, you said consistent Rouen, but the Mills have been favourites, Leo, since dropping down the last time for the last year senior, that narrowly beaten by Corofin. The Mills have nothing in their hip to come back straight up, and the players they have so far have risen to that challenge. I reckon their half back line is very, very experienced, and Cormac Murphy midfield has been flying it. And up front, then you've Gary Cooney, Shawnee Boyce, and Colin Cleary with Jacob Lucknan on the freeze is fairly impressive. However, Rouen are here on merit and are going to make a serious battle of this. I think, Leo, the team that wins the toss, plays with the wind, will have straight away a big advantage in terms of getting a lead and maybe holding on to it in the second half by just blocking up things.
Yeah, and we're going to give you the line out of both teams, and we've been informed by both managements that there has been no changes to the 15 that have been named in the programme, but you expect the unexpected here before pre-match. We're going to start with the blue and gold of Rouen. In goals, it's Keelan Mounsey, Jason Power, Killian Ryan the captain, and Patrick O'Gorman is the full back line. Ashley Brohan, James Cullen and Brian Rowan is the half back line. Darren McInerney and Ryan Powder in the middle of the field. Shane Punch, Robin Mounsey and Patrick O'Halloran is the half forward line, with Jack McDonough, Aidan Lynch and Frankie Lyons the full forward line. For the Mills, in their green and gold with its sash in goals is Killian Nugent. Cathal McNamara, Conor Cooney and Keith Donnan is the full back line. Aidan Fall, Aidan O'Gorman and Sean Cotter the half back line. Fionn Hickey and Cormac Murphy in the middle of the field. Jacob Lucknan, Darren Moroney and Cara Henry is the half forward line, with Sean Boyce, Colin Cleary and Gary Cooney making up the full forward line as the Mills go into their team huddle over there on the far side. Rouen have gone to the dressing rooms, and as we take a break here from Gorteen for the arrival of both teams out for the start of the game, we head back to the studio. The Mills haven't come down from senior ranks. They carry, they've carried the burden of being heavy favourites into the championship, and they haven't diffused that in any way. They've taken on the metal. Rouen, the last day they've been up and down in the championship, and I suppose they were lucky to get through the last day, but a brilliant strike from Shane Punch, and who will forget that free 2 weeks ago in Clarecastle with Billard the Tulla net, which into Tulla hopes. So Rouen have nothing to lose here. All the pressure is on the men from O'Callaghan's Mills.
I would agree in the sense that the Mills have been installed as favourites since they were relegated last year, I suppose, really. And the Premier Intermediate is a new competition in Clare and has been highly successful, I think, in terms of competitiveness and the quality of the games and the closeness of the games as well. And the Mills themselves haven't been able to win all their games, but by heavens, they have been very, very impressive most of that competition. Rouen have improved gradually. Their last performance against Tulla was very good in itself. They still, you could say, stole it with that 4th minute of injury time goal from Shane Punch, a bullet from a 23 or 4 metre free out on the left, and Tulla were devastated. But Rouen obviously will feel they're here on merit, and I think we can't disagree with that. Look at the Mills, I think, are favourites. I think Clarecastle have justified their favouritism in getting to the final, and I do feel the Mills will, but unfortunately the Storm, or semi-Storm, the remnants of Storm, Amy, is going to spoil the game somewhat, in that, you know, it's going to be points and wides going over from all angles from 90 metres going one way, and you have to get the ball into it about 30 metres to score at the other end. So it's whoever makes the most of that wind, and whoever, I suppose, has a big half-time lead, which I think the team with the wind will have. And it's a question then, can they, park the bus in the second half and hold on to the lead, Leo?
Yeah, and Pat, we walked across the field there pre-match. In fairness, the condition, the field is in very, very good nick, despite all the rain that fell in the last 48 hours. You know, so the pitch isn't going to be, a factor as such. It's in as good as condition as can be for what has been thrown as before this.
It's an absolutely amazing condition, as has Tulla in a couple of hours ago as well. It is really, really, considering the lashings of rain we had Friday and for a while yesterday as well. It's an excellent condition. Nearly biblical amounts of rain falling, and the quality of these pitches now. First of all, the initial design and laying of them, and then the care taken by the groundsmen and all the local clubs is definitely a credit to the ground staff here at having this pitch in A1 condition. So that will not be the issue. I just think as dealing with the wind will be the issue for these players, and I suppose dealing with the opposition as well. And look at, we'll give a hesitant vote to O'Callaghan's Mills, but if Rowan have to win in the first half, Leo, if they can build up a lead. Now, we thought that in the last game, and it worked out completely oppositely. Both teams played better against the wind.
Yeah, and indeed his Rowan, and Killian Ryan has gained the first kudos here. He has won the toss and had no hesitation in pointing down towards the goals at the Queen end here for to play for the first half. So it's there's rain coming in across we're getting everything, sunshine, rain, and we have the one consistent thing here today is we're going to have wind, and teams are now lining up for their pre-match photos here in Gorteen, and Niall Malone trying to get the teams up and running, but he's going to have to wait a small bit longer.
Sorry, Leo, you do have to feel for the players and management here. Here we are in pretty rough conditions, wild and a bit of a nasty old squally shower there. They've been training 10 months, and they've been training 10 months for this, and it would be lovely if they had got, a match where totally, not really hurling form alone and skills alone would decide who wins it. This time, the Star will have too much of an influence, but maybe not. Let's hope it doesn't.
Yeah, indeed. Both teams now go into their final pre-match hurdle. It's left to the team captains to say the final word, and I suppose, Pat, looking at the game, looking at the teams as well, you're looking at the subs, and you don't. Rowan brought in Christian Cummins, and the last day he made a major difference. Michael Barrow has made a contribution. I look at the Mills bench. You have Jerry Cooney, you have Patrick Donlan, All-Ireland captain from winning from 2013. Brian Donlan. There's lots of experience there on both sides.
Absolutely, Brian Donlan and Patrick Donlan particularly. We thought might start now as a squall. You showed just before throw-in, not good for spectators. Very hard on players, looking up for covered in here in our commentary position, and for once I'm really, really delighted to be standing beside you, Leo, in a small enclosed space. Yeah,
and with that, Niall Malone is the mentors making their way off the pitch here, and the second of the Premier Intermediate semi-final is on, and it's Cormac Murphy for O'Callaghan's Mills. Push the ball into the corner. Some players haven't even found their position. It's going to come to Gary Cooney. Gary, the man back from Oz, he's fouled there. Early chance in for O'Callaghan's Mills, playing into the breeze, and Niall turned in that ball very quick. Players hadn't really found their final positions, but it's a chance for Jacob Bretland to put the opening score on the board for O'Callaghan's Mills, hitting it into stiff breeze from 35 metres out, taking his time to place the ball. But it's always good to get the opening score on the board, Pat.
Absolutely, and Jason is no better man. He's tough enough one, even though in normal conditions to be very, 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 very easy gimme, and great. Cormac Murphy there again has a great season for the Mills, instigated that move from the minute the throw-in was taken, so Jason is blending now.
Yeah, Jason, and he hits it high. Is it coming inside? Just about goes in. Yeah. First score on the board for them in from O'Callaghan's Mills, from the stick of Jacob Bretland. Keelan Mounty, the Ryan
Jason,
and he hits it high. Is it coming inside? Just about goes in. Push the ball on the board in towards number 10. Number 10 is Shane Punch. Shane Punch into Frankie. Frankie has the potential to do a lot of damage, but he shepherded it over the line brilliantly there by Keith Donlan, the man who's worked his way into this O'Callaghan's Mills team. Killian Nugent, tracksuit pants and their leggings on. There's a cold breeze, as I said, blowing down the field, and line ball coming for O'Connell's Mills. Cathal Mack, another man who has come up through the underage ranks for O'Connell's Mills, about to take this line ball 21 metres out from their own goals. Here to the sideline, and on the opposite side from the stand here in Gortine, cuts a great ball up along the wing, going to be picked up by James Cullen. James Cullen, one of the players of the championship, gets that ball, gets away from Darren Moroney, puts that ball into space where Aidan Lynch, the workhorse, here's Aidan, throws it up and shoots on sight. That's a brilliant score from the stick of Aidan Lynch. We spoke about him many a time, Pat. He is one of the great club players in Clare hurling.
Look at the two spectrums of seeing there. James Cullen, a fantastic young centre back, and Aidan Lynch brought it down over the bar in one go. What a player.
And that puck out from Killian Nugent was intercepted there by the wing forward, Patrick O'Halloran. He gave it to the same man again. And I tell you one thing, Lynch, when he opens those shoulders, and he has the jersey, he's the Australian rules of Clare hurling with the jersey weight. He's 2 points in the board. Sharp puck out from Killian, gives it out to Donlan. Donlan gets the ball, gets it into the middle. He's robbed by Lynch again, and he gives it to Punch. And at the Mills, is the umpire going for the flag? Indeed, it's gone out to the left-hand side and gone wide. And I know the Mills have to work it out, Pat, but there's another chance going to begin. They've 2 out of 3 end, Pat.
Towards the about all Aidan Lynch, look at what a guy he is at this stage after his years of service. Still the main man up there, and giving him fantastic leadership there, getting 2 points and giving him a bit of confidence with the win to know that they will be able to use this breeze to their advantage. Yeah,
puck out from Killian, out to Conor Cooney, across to Cathal Mack, to the centre back coming out here to Fionn. It's Fionn Hickey. Fionn Hickey takes on the challenge, gets the ball back out to Conor Henry. Conor shoots it into the breeze. Is it going to come inside? A shot from Conor Henry. Great reply from the stick of Conor Henry. A very, very underrated player for O'Connell's Mills. Makes the score. Rowan, 2 points. O'Connell's Mills, 2 points. Keelan Mounsey goes short out to the midfielder. The midfielder is Darren McInerney. Gets away from the challenge of Darren Moroney. Here's McInerney, goes into trouble, and it's won by the full forward. The full forward is Colin Cleary. Gets it back, but Cullen gets it out here to Killian Ryan, the full back. Over here, drives it long in towards the square, in towards Punch, who's taken up full. Gets in inside as Conor Cooney lets that ball pass him. Punch, brilliant flick away there by the captain, Aidan O'Gorman. A very underrated player, O'Gorman. Gets the ball out to Henry. Henry puts a hand in it. He's going to run at the Mills defence. He gives the ball out here to Sean Cotter. Sean Cotter now back in the half-back line. It comes to Gary Cooney. Gary, who has spent a lot of time in Australia, but the ball is won by O'Gorman. O'Gorman gets it out to Ryan Power. Man of the match from their win over Tulla. The ball comes down to Frankie Lyons and Keith Donlan. Donlan minus the hurley, but Donlan gets his body over the ball, pushed in the back by Frankie Lyons. Good play from Donlan, free out for O'Connell's Mills, Pat.
Yeah, the Mills playing good ball in against the breeze. They're carrying a bit and they're getting fair ball into their forwards. Obviously, it's going to be very hard to score in there. Although I did say to you coming over before the game, we'd be lucky if we see 5 points each half for the team playing into that wind. Well, the Mills have 2 good already, so we might have put that kibosh on that prediction as well.
Good free from Nugent. He's one. He comes back into Brian Rowan. Rowan, who has made his championship at the old age of young age of 31. The ball comes to O'Gorman. O'Gorman is blocked down by Lynch. Lynch takes on 4 O'Connell's Mills. Puts the ball out to Mounsey. Robin Mounsey. Brilliant flick away there by Cormac Murphy. Mounsey gives the ball back out. Comes out to the corner forward. The corner forward is Jack McDonough. Jack McDonough shoots. Jack McDonough puts it out to the left hand side and gone wide. The score remains O'Connell's Mills 2 points. Rowan 2 points. Killian Nugent, the Mills goalkeeper, in no particular hurry. 5 minutes gone. Looking where's he going? He's going to go short out to the far side, out to Cathal McNamara. Cathal, it seems like Rowan are giving away the puck out. Mac does well, gets the ball into Conor Cooney. Conor, what a servant this man has been to O'Connell's Mills. Goes short to O'Gorman as the Mills played a short game. Blocked there by Robin Mounsey. Robin Mounsey, who has carried an injury into the game, hasn't done much training for Rowan, but it's Aidan Fall. What a workhorse this man is. He's blocked up. James Cullen, you don't get time in the ball with Aidan Fall around, and he wins this ball to Fionn Hickey. Hickey puts that ball into the corner, looking for Sean Bice. Sean Bice being chased by Jason Power. Bice, a Clare under 20 star from this year, hits the ball. He's very close to the sideline over on the far side. He keeps that ball in play. But James Cullen coming across the Rowan centre back, drives that ball down the field, down where Aidan O'Gorman should pick it up. Cathal Mack working back, and that ball goes into the middle. Cathal Mack has to win it, but lucky enough to get away. But a good flick away out to O'Gorman. O'Gorman gives it out here, as is Jacob Lucknan. Jacob Lucknan, where's the runners? Gary Cooney isolates inside. Imagine the ball that go towards Gary, and Patrick O'Gorman. Gary gets down on it. Gary trying to take on O'Gorman. Gary turns a shot from McCooney, the former Clare senior. He puts that ball over the bar. 3 points for O'Callaghan's Mills, 2 points for Rowan. O'Callaghan's Mills kind of weathered that early Rowan storm.
Absolutely, Gary Cooney there. What a guy to aim a ball in. That's so solid, so balanced. But a brilliant piece of defending by Jason Power on Shawnee Boyce as well. Jason Power, very, very impressive quarterback from my reading in the intermediate championship this year so far.
A quick puck out there, good puck out from Mounsey. Here's Frankie Lyons. Lyons has gone inside. Lyons, a shot. And brilliant goalkeeping by Killian Nugent. That chance was there for Rowan. A ball over the top. Lyons was going through, but Nugent came out like a cat out of the goals and put the Rowan man off. He put it out to the right hand side. Score remains. O'Callaghan's Mills 3, Rowan 2, Killian Nugent. Man, he scored 7 points in the Clare Cup final a couple of years ago down when they won the Cup final against Clooney Clin. Clooney Clin in the senior final tomorrow. The ball breaks out here to O'Halloran, the wing forward for Rowan, and he equals proceedings here. 3 points for Rowan, 3 points for Mills. Good start to this Premier Intermediate semi-final battle.
Well, both sides dealing really, really well with the
the
elements which aren't very suitable for hurling, and say very entertaining. Again, the great sod, dry, solid ground, just a little basic course of grass in it, no soft bits, no waterlog, and they really are responding by giving us a really entertaining game so far.
Yeah, that ball is worked out by O'Callaghan's Mills, put that ball into space. That ball is meant for Sean Cotter, but it's cut out by Darragh McInerney. But Cotter is going well, gets the ball into the engine, the real machine for O'Callaghan's Mills. Hickey badmintons that ball across, but he's picked inside there by Killian Ryan. Killian Ryan, great underage player for Clare, comes out, great leader for Rowan. Be taken on the Mills defect, but he's robbed there by Aidan Fall, who gives it to Jacob. Jacob is going to have a pot, puts it up into the sky. This could go anywhere. It hangs in the breeze, and it's going to be cut out by the cornerback. The cornerback is Patrick O'Gorman, puts the ball out into space, but he's won by Fionn Hickey. Sean Boyce, first time he's got a bit of space. Is he going to have a pot? Puts it up into the air. Sean Boyce shoots, and Sean Boyce does what Sean Boyce does, puts it over the bar. A really tremendous young talent coming, Pat.
Shawnee Boyce, every day we see him playing, he's contributing superbly to the Mills' efforts, shooting points and some goals from all angles. Very lively on his feet, great control, a very, very, very promising and exciting player. 4
points to 3 in favour of O'Callaghan's Mills. We're gone 9 minutes here in this first half in Gortine here live on Clare GA. That puck out comes from Keelan Mounsey. Mounsey goes long, but he's going to be picked up by O'Gorman sitting back in the pocket. O'Gorman takes the challenge of Aidan Lynch and spoons that ball out to Cormac Murphy. Cormac Murphy is told to run, and he runs, gets that ball up into Darragh Moroney. Darragh's first intervention here. Moroney recycles that ball quick down to Hickey. The Mills moving well, gets that ball into the midfield where Murphy goes for the second, and Murphy puts that ball over the bar. In fairness, Murphy has been one of the players of the Premier Intermediate Championship, and he showed all his class there with a good score. 5 points to 3 in favour of the Mills, Pat.
Oh yeah, he was outstanding against it was a Tulla down Clonlara a number of weeks ago early on. The thing he got 5 from play from midfield, but Cormac Murphy, another one of these people who was lit up this Premier Intermediate Championship.
That ball is bucked out, it goes astray, it goes to Moroney. Moroney tries to get away from Darragh Cullen, hand up, being pulled back. Should be a free for O'Callaghan's Mills. Is a free for O'Callaghan's Mills. Moroney took on James Cullen, and maybe Rowan should go back to what they were good at. Get route one, get the ball in. The shot game didn't work on that occasion, but the way the Mills are set up, Pat, it's very hard to break them down.
It is, but as well as that, they're hurling with more confidence than Rowan. Maybe a little bit more, I don't know, stage fright. Some of their lads aren't getting into the game, and with the breeze they have, they should be able to supply the better ball into that full line and put pressure on inside. But it's, in fairness to the Mills, they're winning nearly all the breaks, collecting more of the possession around the middle third, and they're dominating the game. But they're also using the ball very well.
Yeah, and Loughnane just knocks that over the bar. His double scores here is 6 points for the Mills, 3 points for Rowan. Mounsey goes long with this one, looking for Frankie Lyons. Frankie Lyons comes out in front of Donlan, the cornerback, but Fionn Hickey working tirelessly. The ball is taken off Aidan O'Gorman. Here's Aidan Lynch. Lynch goes through a shot. Great save by the goalkeeper Nugent to Shane Punch, and a brilliant block down by Conor Cooney. Frankie Lyons, that was a chance for the Mills. Killian Nugent now playing cornerback. The ball comes out. He replies, it goes back into the goal. Frankie the Mills have had, or Rowan Pat have had 2 goal chances, and with their Rudolph's misses, Aidan Lynch wasn't sure what to do. He maybe should have passed it across. He shot, but Nugent got down to the left to make a good save.
Now, in fairness to Lynch, he shot low, which you should do. Daisy cut it along and a bit to the one side. But in fairness, Nugent is a serious goalkeeper. Got down to it well. There was a second chance when I think Punch pulled on it, but at that stage the chance was gone. The cavalry had arrived back for the Mills, and they're going to clear this now with Killian Nugent.
Yeah, and a low ball to Killian, not a free you'd expect, but that ball goes out to Aidan Fall. Is it going to stay in play? It does stay in play. And here's Fall. He's like a Trojan horse going up along the far side of the field, taking on Robin Mounsey. Maybe it could have been pulled for steps, shoots, but that one tails out to the right hand side and gone wide. And you know, the Mills have been hitting good ball, and I'd say they won't be happy with that. You know, Aidan shooting from kind of very close to the sideline on that occasion.
Yeah, when you're against that breeze, probably definitely that goes over when you're with the wind on a calm day and it's the rousing score. But against that storm, he'd better off crossing that ball across 21 and see what might happen, put a bit of pressure on.
That ball comes out from Keelan Mounsey out to Frankie Lyons, blocks it down for Aidan Lynch, but he's picked up. And here comes, is it the full forward? The full forward here is it Colm Cleary, out roving out from his full forward. That ball goes in over the top and it goes back is Ashley Brohan for when. Back to his goalkeeper. The goalkeeper recycles this ball quick out to Robin. It's Robin, Keelan to Robin. They're the Mounsey brothers. The ball, push the ball in. Frankie Lyons been well marked by Keith Donlan. Here's Frankie, turns back out. Is he going to have a pop? Frankie has a pop, and Frankie puts it over the bar, makes the score. 6 for the Mills, 4 for Wayne. Good reply, good score from Frankie Lyons.
Well worked score, and indeed, if the Mills have Shawnee boys at one end of the field, classy. Good turn, good feet. Well, like West Frankie Lyons.
That ball from Keely Nugent with the strike came out to McInerney. McInerney gives the ball out to Jack McDonough. Jack McDonough shoots, and Jack McDonough makes it a score. The minimum is 6 points for O'Callaghan's Mills, 5 for Rowan, and Nugent goes to the shot puck out again, and they're playing into the breeze. But Niall Minoan has given him a lifeline on this occasion. Not to. You know, Killian is experienced enough and trying to, maybe hurrying the puck out maybe a bit much. He's probably getting monster players moving out to the side. Where's he going to go this one? Aidan O'Gorman makes himself available. Comes out, gets that ball across, looking for Fionn Hickey. The ball comes down to us Cleary, but he's won by Rowan, and it's going to Patrick O'Halloran. Patrick O'Halloran and Brian Rowan. We're very, very close to the sideline here. And it's Rowan. He's had a tremendous championship, but he's been pulled back there by Fionn Hickey. His pass had gone to Jacob Loughnane. And a chance, and where's the free taker? You'd imagine Aidan Lynch. No, we'll see what Aidan Lynch has. He changed his free taking technique from other games? I presume he hasn't. There is a lot of talk about how long he's taken to take the frees, but I suppose if you take as long as you want, as long as they go over, Pat.
Well, that's the key, isn't it? Yeah, the last day, all right, we were surprised when was it what ref?
Yeah. We'll get back to it in a second. Yeah, it's Aidan. Here he's on the Mills.
The ball is in place now, so we'll count the seconds after. It's just place now. Here
he goes on just out inside the Mills 65. There's an injury picked up for Rowan. Is it Dara McInerney? But he's good to go again. Here's Aidan Lynch. Pat Meany, the Rowan selector, staying outside in the field to observe the situation. I suppose he doesn't want to come across. But I suppose Pat, you had plenty of time, but he's taking a bit quicker than normal. Here's Lynch, strikes it down towards the road goals at the roads at the Queen End. Same response. We're level pegging. Level pegging here in Gorteen. O'Callaghan's Mills 6, Rowan 6, and the breeze, Pat, seems to have died down a small bit.
Yeah, well, that shower has gone. The sun is shining a little bit again, so maybe as the rival of a shower, you always get a lift in the wind. So maybe it'll settle down a bit for a while again, but it's still pretty strong in favour of Rowan. Great free from Lynch there, in fairness.
Yeah, that puck out from Nugent goes out the far side. It's Rowan here. They come again. The ball comes to Mounsey. On the move from centre forward goes in over the top to Shane Punch. Frankie Lyons get it, but Conor Cooney with a deft touch there comes out, cuts across his own half back line, comes out to the middle. Cormac Murphy coming for O'Callaghan's Mills, getting the ball, gets that ball out into space, into Fionn Hickey. Hickey can run. Where's the runner? He puts the ball in front of Gary. Gary goes down with the left hand, but the ball comes to Bice. Bice is flicked away by the cornerback Jason Power. Power does well, but here comes Cooney. Cooney bearing down on the Rowan goal, pops the ball across. Is it Cleary? Cleary trying to get in there, but overplays the ball, and the Mills Rowan defence scramble back and come out with it. It's the centre back Cullen, hits it up in the air out for space. Aidan Lynch has to win this one for Rowan, but he's been beaten by Aidan O'Gorman. Great flick up by O'Gorman, puts the ball, switches the ball across towards Darren Moroney. Moroney leaves it for Bice, and it's here on the far side. It is number 15. It's Gary Cooney. Cooney shooting. Is it coming inside? And it's gone out to the right hand side and gone wide. We're still gone 16 minutes here in the first half. It's the Kettlehills Mill 6, Rowan 6 in a very, very entertaining Premiership Intermediate semi-final. They puck out, goes short from Killian Mounsey, out to Killian Ryan. Ryan push the ball across into Frankie Lyons. Frankie gets out in front. He leaves it off for Aidan Lynch. Aidan Lynch and Conor Cooney. Lynch doesn't come up with it. Cooney leaves the ball for Aidan Fall. Fall, a strong man, one-hander, gets the lovely ball into space. Is it Jacob? Jacob gets a chance to plant the feet. Does Jacob put it over the bar? Again, no, gone out to the right hand side and gone wide. Chances going a begging for O'Connell's Mills and Keelan Mounsey with the puck out. Pat, I'm looking at the set up for Rowan, and even though they're playing with the breeze, there's no one within 40 yards of the O'Connell's Mills goal.
It's very straight. They're trying to play a short game out of the fence constantly. I know now they don't want to put too much pressure on Aidan Lynch, maybe up front, and Shane Punch to be trying to catch ball, or Frankie, but Frankie has the ball.
Yeah, here's Frankie. He uploads it. A punch, down his shot. He's in a chance. Brilliant save from the goalkeeper, Killian Nugent. He has come to the rescue. That's the third occasion. And Nugent gets a great clearance out for the Mills, but the Mills are going to have to look at that. You know, that ball came in over the top and the pop past to Frankie Line, but Nugent had the situation read. The ball out to Maroney, Darragh Maroney, that is. Puts the ball into space to Sean Bice, or to Gary Cooney. Good touch from Cooney, close to the touchline on the far side in front of the main stand. The ball is going to cut out. The cornerback is Jason Power. Power has it, gets it out. He's robbed by Jacob Loughnane. We are over 20 metre on the 21 metre line. Is Niall Malone going to throw? There's a ruck over there on the far side. Who's going to come out with the ruck? And indeed, Niall calls a halt to proceedings. 17 minutes gone here. 6 points each. I tell you, Pat, Nugent has saved. That's not, three great saves in the first half. That would have given Rowan momentum to go forward, and you still. Rowan coming with it, would give them momentum. It's Cullen to Mounsey. Mounsey is beginning to have an effect, but he's blocked. Gets the ball out to Fall. Fall shoots. This is a dangerous one. In the top of the goalkeeper. The goalkeeper does well as Gary Cooney is brought to ground. I'm not too sure. Mounsey open the shoulders. Now is Road 1 down on top of Punch and Lyons. And Lyons is gone down on top of Punch and Lyons. Nugent advances on the goals. Gets the ball out here to Sean Cotter. Sean Cotter. Namsley puts this ball up into the corner. Great ball out here. Is it Colm Cleary? Cleary tries to play around with it. Plays around with it. Gets away from the tackle of Patrick O'Gorman. Cleary coming towards the goals here. He had it caught 3 times. Indeed, Niall Malone was advised by a number of the Rowan management, but quite rightly a free for when is Aidan Lynch coming out. No, he's told to go back. I would imagine the centre back James Cullen, a member of the Clare minor team last year, anchoring that defence here, anchoring it quite well for Rowan. He's been told by Niall Malone to go back. We're gone. We're gone 18 and a half minutes back.
You have to wonder, does the possession game in modern times favour the team playing against the Breeze? The Bridge are using the ball, the Mills are using the ball very, very well. Rowan are trying to play possession game when they should be delivered maybe more quickly inside. But inside, in fairness, the next man in defence for the Mills, and they're dealing with any high ball that's good in without a bother. So maybe both teams will play better holding and be more effective when they're against the Breeze in this modern game. It'll be interesting, dying to see what happens in the second half.
Yeah, and Robin Mounsey in that occasion goes short. Instead of going long, leaves it out to Patrick O'Halloran. Patrick shoots very close to the sideline, but that ball is gone out past the right hand post, and the score remains 6-9. So the score's going to begging for both sides. Killian Nugent drills this ball low, and it goes astray again to Robin Mounsey. Mounsey is trying to get into space. He's going to have a shot. Robin doesn't come inside. I don't think he comes inside. But you can see, Pat, looking at Robin Mounsey, he's not moving at full pelt either. He is carrying an injury, and he's having an effect in his overall performance.
Well, his stock and trade is covering ground at enormous pace. Leo, brilliant engine, brilliant footwork, and he certainly seems to be struggling in that department.
That puck out, Loughnane puts up the hand and comes down with it at the second attempt. He's been pulled to the ground there. I think maybe by, was it Brian Rohan on this occasion? No, in fact, it is Ashley Brohan. Loughnane, a strong man, great outlet to win puck outs. He's 60 metres out here from the Rowan goals, very, very close to the sideline. I see Pat Donlan, Clare All-Ireland medal winner from 2013, going in with the Vijay Lishka towards Sean Cotter, and no better man to give advice while they're out there. And then Donlan, Jacob, being the gentleman he is, comes back a couple of metres down, back to the 65 metre line. And the flags are beginning. The breeze has died considerably here in Gorteen. A free for the Mills, 10 metres in from the sideline here, opposite the stand side here in the beautifully pointed pitch of Gorteen. Loughnane puts this one up. Is it going to come inside? No. He allows for the breeze, but the breeze didn't do its work. And Keelan Mounsey with the quick puck out as Rowan recycled that, and the referee has called back the puck out from Keelan Mounsey. Very, very quick I'm still not 100% sure of that rule, Pat. I thought once you went the ball went wide, you could puck it out straight away. But
I think it's the word interpretation, Leo.
Interpretation, but
Comes into it again.
Niall wasn't back out, and here comes Keelan. Goes short to Killian Ryan. Is he going to recycle it to the goalie? Here he is, and here is his route one on this occasion. There's no need to ask where this one is going. It's gone down on top of Punch. Punch doesn't put up the hand, puts up the hurley, doesn't come down with it. He's picked up Cathal McNamara, sweeping across, gives the ball out to Aidan Fall. Aidan Fall on the far side. A very busy Aidan Fall puts that ball into the middle, but he overhits it to O'Gorman. O'Gorman swipes, but Mounsey with a nonchalant flick. That's Robin Mounsey. Nonchalant flick. Puts the ball over the bar. A good score from the stick of Robin Mounsey. Nonchalantly flicked that ball away from the challenge of Aidan O'Gorman. Pat, Rowan going to the lead, and we'll get you more in a second. The puck out is 7-6. Good puck out from Nugent to Fionn Hickey. Fronted up by Brian Rowan. He gives it back to Sean Cotter. Maybe getting that ball. They need to hit that ball that bit quicker. It goes in inside. Cullen, really young, good centre back, gives that ball out to McInerney. McInerney puts that ball into Frankie. Frankie, threatening when with great pace, doesn't get the ball at the first attempt. Aidan Lynch in there, shoving them the full back of Conor Cooney, not Conor Cooney, but it's Keith Tallon around. Who's going to come out with this one? We're 25 metres out from the Rowan goal. This 7-6 in favour of Rowan. And who's coming out with it? Is it Aidan Fall? He gives it out, comes out to the back out. For the Mills, it's Cathal McNamara, puts a lovely low ball up to Jacob. That's Jacob Loughnane. Jacob comes across, flicks that ball out to Conor Henry. Conor gets that ball in, quick ball in over the top. Boyce is gone, or is it Gary Cooney? Gary Cooney is gone for the Mills. He's been pulled back. There's a free coming for the Mills. Being pulled back there by the cornerback, Jason Power. I suppose he had no choice on that occasion. But Pat, once that quick ball went in and Cooney won it, the goal was on.
Goal was on, and I mean, if ever there's a good foul to give away, that's it, I think, because if he broke through, he was going to score. But I think when Rowan go along, there's one problem, is they haven't the bodies in there, Leo. There's an extra defender, at least, if not two, and they're mopping up. Keith Allen and Conor Cooney, Cathal McNamara, and those lads are mopping up, and then you have the releasing it out to Aidan Gorman, Aidan Fall as well. But one thing about Mounsey's last point was he mightn't have his fastest feet under him because he mightn't be as fully fit, but he'll not come out with the hands.
Yeah, and here comes Jacob with his 21 metre free. Meat and drink to Jacob Loughnane. Puts it over the bar. That's his third free of the day here. We're back to parity. It's 7 for O'Callaghan's Mills. It's 7 for the men from Rowan. Keelan Mounsey with the puck out. We're gone 24 minutes gone here in this first half. Mounsey goes for the far side of the pitch out in towards Frankie Line. Gets out into space. Gets out in front of Cathal McNamara this time. Here comes Frankie. Puts the ball into the middle towards Aidan Lynch. But Aidan Lynch is robbed by a very, very busy Conor Henry. But Conor he puts that ball across. I know Conor played a bit of soccer with Kilkishen Celtic and kicked that ball out to Fionn Hickey. And here comes the Mills with the experienced Conor Cooney. Cooney coming up along the side here, opposite there's the stand side. Cooney, no one chasing after him. Aidan Lynch trying to get there. Gets the ball out to Sean Cotter. Cotter goes for the score. This one isn't going to come inside. It's hanging on the edge of the square. Loughnane could put a hand on this one and it could cause problem. It comes to Boyce. Boyce, who has 1 point got. Johnny Boyce turns and hits that ball across, looking for, I'm not too sure where it's going. He's still in play here, down towards the corner. Killian Ryan, the Rowan full-back, down in the very corner back position, opens up the shoulders and puts it. Is it going to stay in play? It's Robin trying to keep it in. Robin lets the ball over his head. It's picked up by Cormac Murphy for the Mills, taking on Mounsey, gets away from him. Not an easy thing to do. Puts the ball into space. Oh, and the ball, it is Robin Mounsey. It was away from the shot from Robin, and the ball goes out to the right hand side and gone wide. Indeed, it was Ryan Power who was the man that was chasing back there. A man that never gives up the ghost. Nugent goes short on this occasion, where Conor Henry is available. Henry shown well for O'Callaghan's Mills. And Niall Malone, I'm not too sure what's after happening, but Niall
having a word with
He's having a word with Robin Mounsey and a cart to bui for Robin Mounsey. They were in close proximity to one another. I think maybe Robin was given a bit of advice on that occasion, but the ball has to go back to the goalkeeper, Killian Nugent, for the puck out. We're gone 25 minutes here in the first half. As I said, level pegging. 7 points for O'Callaghan's Mills, 7 points for Rowan, and Killian Nugent goes short out to Conor Cooney. Conor thought he heard the whistle. No whistle coming, but here comes Conor. Allowed all the time of day to come up the far side of the field in front of the stand. Puts the ball down into the corner, down to Boyce. Boyce puts up the hand, drops it, gets it at the second attempt, cuts inside. Here comes Boyce, recycles the ball, loses it out there to James. Oh, and a chop by Shawnee Boyce on the stick of James Cullen. And players beginning to get to know one another. Darren Moroney getting involved in a bit of action over there with James Cullen. Niall Malone calls him aside, and Not too sure, was it Aidan Fall, the senior of all that group or there, comes in to break it up free. Robin Mounsey back on his own 45-metre line here in Gorteen. The sun is out here in Gorteen in the eyes of Nugent. This is going to drop on the danger area. Mounsey, that ball drops in and top, not indeed a top, but it drops over the bar of Keely Nugent. Good shot from the stick of Robin Mounsey. Puts Rowan back into the lead, 8 points to 7, 4 minutes left in the first half, Pat.
Yeah, and I suppose just about right, but I think the Mills would be the happier of the two. But we said that about Whitegate maybe an hour and a half or two ago as well, that they'd be happy going into towards half time, be so close. Again, it's about how the players use this ball and use the conditions. And at the moment, the Mills are probably using them better because against the Breeze, there's some run.
Great run by Keith Donlan. Donlan from that puck out for Nugent, and Fall coming on the loop. He gets it into Henry. There's a chance of a score, of a goal for the Mills. Can he offload it? He offloaded to Shawnee Boy. What an interception by the cornerback. The cornerback, or the fullback, was Keelan Ryan, but it comes out to Cooney, and Cooney takes I suppose he done the right thing, put it over the bar, levelled Pegan again, but there was a chance there for O'Callaghan's Mills. But great play by Keelan Ryan. But Gary Cooney probably done the right thing, but keep that scoreboard ticking. 8 points all. Puck out from Keelan Mounsey. Not his best puck out. Goes out. Knocked away by Sean Cotter. Sean, a versatile player. Lit up the championship a couple of years ago on the forward, doing well at wing to back today. Gives a hand pass. Maroney's gone straight through. He's gone straight through the middle. Here comes Maroney. A shot brilliantly blocked down by and he's gone out to lift a pull. I'm not too sure, was it Sean Bice pulled in it at the second attempt, but it goes out, but Maroney went through the middle. But I think was it Cullen and Kitty and Ryan. Ryan, using all his experience, came out and closed down that channel. 8 for the Mills, 8 for Ryan. Kieran Mounsey puts that ball up in the air, looking for Frankie Lyons, who makes the run. That ball goes over the top from Cathal Mac. Gary, I was going to say Gary Cooney, but he's Connor Cooney, but Connor in back, put that ball back to Keelan, out to Killian Nugent. Nugent gives it out to Aidan O'Gorman. Short ball from Aidan O'Gorman. Got away from it. Gives it to Maroney. Maroney trying to play the ball. Gets it out. Cormac Murphy took about 8 or 9 steps. Got away with it. He's robbed. Here come Rowan coming out with that ball. Gives it to Mounsey. Mounsey is going to play this ball in towards Frankie. Frankie puts up the hurley but doesn't come down with the ball. Good defensive play there again by Cathal Mac. And Killy Nugent gives the ball out to Conor Cooney, and no chase coming on Conor. Conor puts the ball into the middle, in to Sean Cotter. Sean Cotter, the wing back, tries to play around with it. Frankie Lyons closes him down, but that ball goes into space, and Maroney, and we could say that Cullen is maybe having the better of this battle, but puts that ball into space looking for Lyons. Lyons does what he wants to. He turns the cornerback Keith Donlan, but Donlan is a sticky operator, and Donlan does absolutely brilliantly at the cornerback. Comes across, gets away from the challenge of Aidan Lynch, and puts the ball into O'Gorman. O'Gorman sprays the ball out here to Fionn Hickey, and Fionn has plenty of space, but being now closed down by 2 Rowan players. Gives the ball back to his partner in crime, Sean Cotter. Cotter gives it back to Hickey, and here come Sean Cotter, gives the overlap. Gets away from the challenge of Mounsey. Mounsey came high, or it was Ryan Power on that occasion. Cormac Murphy sprays the ball into Bice. Lovely low ball, exactly what Bice wants. Bice is taking on the cornerback, and a shot from Bice. Is it coming inside the post? Indeed it is coming inside the post, and the score, right in the Mills go back into the lead. 9 for the Mills, 8 for Rowan. Great score from Bice, but a beautiful ball in from Murphy.
Beautiful ball in from Murphy, who's been a very effective midfielder all through this championship, as we said before. And Boyce, look at Boyce is one of those guys, he just lights up the game. The games we're watching every day with just 3 or 4 really classy scores, always a nightmare for a callback. And in fairness to Jason Power, one of the better callbacks around the place.
And here's the ball robbed by Mounsey. That short press went out to Jacob Loughnane. Loughnane spilled the ball. Mounsey didn't spill it, picked it up and put it over the bar. We're back level again. 9 for Rowan, 9 for O'Callaghan's Mills, and Killian Nugent in no particular hurry. We've Keelan in one goal, we've Killian in the other, and Gary or Conor Cooney tying the boots, trying to play down, tying the clock. Naim Malone does have definitely a word in the air, and I'm not too sure what happened, but there's a score we have to get. There's a problem with the scoreboard, I would imagine. Naim Malone is calling for something to be checked over there on the far side.
It's 10-8, it's given, is it? Now it's fixed. Yeah.
Is it fixed?
I think there's a crossbar in the way there, Leo, but I think it's fixed.
Yeah, and here comes Killy Nugent. We will correct that at half time. But Nugent puts this one up into the air, goes long. Loughnane puts up the hand, doesn't come down with it. And it's won by Conor Henry. Darragh McInerney in there for a win, but he's picked up by Jack McDonough. Jack McDonough gets that ball. He comes out into space. Here come Rowan. Shane Punch, a shot from Punch. And Punch, does he put it over the bar? Indeed, Shane Punch does put that one over the bar for Rowan. now is 10 points for Rowan, 9 for O'Callaghan's Mills, but we have to be sent to be corrected on that error on that arm. And Killian Nugent, the breeze beginning to blow up again here in Gorteen. We're on the throes of half time. Killian trying to get the players to come short, swings that arm, gets it out into the middle of the field where Loughnane goes up and once again doesn't come down with it. Conor Henry goes up for it, doesn't come down with it. He's picked up by James Cullinan. Cullinan having a big influence this game, puts this ball into space, but he's back there to Rocky Cooney. Cooney puts that ball in towards Brian Rowan, and he's going to be picked up by, what a pick up by Boyce, lovely pick up. He gets away from Jason Power. Boyce is going through, this could be a big score, a shot, and Keelan Mounsey will be disappointed, but the Mills will be delighted with that one. Mounsey should maybe have got a stick on that, but Sean Boyce will be delighted. That's a big score just coming down the track at half time, Pat. 9 to 10 points.
A vital time to get as well, but Boyce was the right man. He has the pace, and the left hand shot was a good low one, but again, probably you think was somewhat savable, but he said savable up here. And Joe, what a time to get it. Just 10 seconds before the half time.
The last action of the first half, and that was a real fill-up for the Mills. 1 goal and 9 for O'Callaghan's Mills. 10 points for Rowan. Rowan will be disappointed. You know, they had worked their way back into the game. The Mills will be delighted with how they coped into the breeze here in Gorteen. And at half-time, Pat, O'Callaghan's Mills, 1 goal and 9. Rowan at 10 points, and definitely momentum with O'Callaghan's Mills.
No question about it. And again, it'll be fascinating to see in the second half, Leo, you know, is the Rees as big an influence on the game as we thought? Because as I said, most teams now are placing balls, you know, to fellas 20, 30, 40 yards away with hurley passes, hand passes, and they're carrying the ball as well. So, you know, Rowan, you think, when they went long, they got nothing out of it. They got their score from maybe out the field a bit already. Firing long balls wasn't working. Aidan Lynch hasn't been effective as early. Shane Punt not getting on the ball often enough. Got one nice point, all right. Mounsey is doing his best around the middle of the field. James Cullen at times. But look, with that breeze, you'd expect you needed to be 4, 5, 6, 7 points up. But the Mills really have played well against it. They have really used that ball well. Their defence has been totally on top in general. Some of the Rowan scores were got from far out, but inside then they have a jewel in Shawnee Boyce, who's a real danger. Also Jacob Loughnane, you know, he's doing his business. Gary Cooney as well, a couple of points earlier. So Cormac Murphy at midfield is busy as usual. I think Sean Cotter there is doing a bit of work in the half back line as well, as are the two Aidens. So the Mills in a better position, Leo, you think, but again, we just wonder will history repeat itself? Maybe Rowan will up their game in the second half, maybe use the possession game more, but at the moment the Mills are in the ascendancy.
Yeah, and that score from Shawnee Boyce puts a 2-point differential inside. We have a convention meeting from both sets of management here right down in front of us, but the Mills have made their way. Management have gone to the dressing room. Rowan still deep in thought here. You know, there's a lot of thinking to do here, but as we take our halftime sus here on Clare GATV in a kind of a collaboration with Scarab Bay Queen's Radio, we thank East Clare Driving School as well for their help here today. So on a scoreline of 1 goal and 10, 1 goal and 9 for the Mills, 10 points for Rowan. Please come back and join us for the second half. Here, Jason, and he hits it high. Is it coming inside? Just about comes in.
Yeah.
First score on the board from Darren Maroney. He puts that ball into space where Aidan Lynch, the workhorse. Here, Aidan throws it up and shoots inside. That's a brilliant score from the stick.
Down over the barrier, 1 goal. What a player.
And that puck
Second
out from
chance.
Killian Nugent was intercepted there by the wing forward. Patrick O'Halloran next on the challenge. Gets the ball back out to Conor Henry. Conor shoots it into the breeze. Is it going to come inside? A shot from Conor Henry. Great for his drive from Patrick O'Gorman. Gary gets down on it. Gary trying to take on O'Gorman. Gary turns a shot from McCooney, the former Clare senior final tomorrow. The ball breaks out to O'Halloran, the wing forward for Wayne, and he equals proceedings here. 3 points for Fionn Hickey. Sean Boyce, first time he got a bit of space. Is he going to have a pot? Puts it up into the air. Sean Boyce shoots, and Sean Boyce does what Sean Boyce does. Puts Hickey. The mid's moving well. Gets that ball into the midfield where Murphy goes for the second, and Murphy puts that ball over the bar. In fairness, being well marked by Keith Donlan. Here's Frankie, turns back out. Is he going to have a pop? Frankie has a pop, and Frankie puts it over the bar, makes the score. That ball from Killy Nugent with the straight, came out to McInerney. McInerney gives the ball out to Jack McDonough. Jack McDonough shoots, and Jack McDonough makes it a score. Well, Patrick Dinty time, but he's taking a bit quicker than normal. Here's Lynch, strikes it down towards the road goals at the roads at the Queen Lynch. Same response, that ball into the middle, but he overhits it to O'Gorman. O'Gorman swipes, but Mounsey with a nonchalant flick. That's Robin Mounsey, nonchalant flick.
It's really fit for knocking out the hands.
Yeah, and here comes Jacob with his 21 metre free. Meat and drink to Jacob Rattel. Puts it over the bar. That's his third of Nugent. This is going to drop on the danger area. Mounsey, that ball drops in and top. Not indeed a top, but it drops over the bar of Keely Nugent. Johnny Boy, what an interception by the cornerback. The cornerback. The fullback was Keelan Ryan, but it comes out to Coney, and Coney takes the Bice. Lovely low ball, exactly what Bice wants. Bice is taking on the cornerback, and a shot from Bice. Is it coming inside the post? Indeed, it is coming inside. The ball, he comes out into space. Here comes Ruane. Shane Punch, a shot from Punch. And Punch, does he put it over the bar? Indeed, Shane Punch does. The Mounsey will be disappointed, but the Mills will be delighted with that one. Mounsey should maybe have got a stick on that, but Sean Boyce will be delighted. That's a big score just coming down the track at half time, Pat. 1-9 to 10 points.
A vital time to get as well, but Boyce was the right man. He has the pace.
Gortine, as I said, home of St. Joseph's Jura Bearfield GA Club, a team who are in the throes of training for the senior county final in football next Sunday against the holders of Éire. But while we're here in Gortine this evening, it's what's more at stake is who's going to be the final of the Premier Intermediate Hurling Championship. The second team, the Magpies from Clarecastle, are already here, and they're here in force, surveying the scene here, surveying the opposition here in Gortine this evening. And at half time, on a scoreline of O'Callaghan's Mills 1 goal and 10-9, it's Rowan 10 points. That goal, Pat, from Shawnee Bice just before half time, is a real fillip for the Mills going in for the start of the second half.
Yeah, psychologically blow against Rowan too as well. I mean, they could say they were happy enough to be close enough because, you know, in the second half maybe with a run and possession game they might be able to score plenty against the wind and maybe hold the Mills from adding on too much to their tally. But that goal really did have an effect at half time in Rowan going in with their heads down a little bit and the Mills going in with their tails cocked high. So yeah, nevertheless, there's still 32 minutes of hurling to go, and the wind never won a game or never lost a game. His players' attitude and the team talk for Clarecastle seemed to have worked brilliantly at half time. Let's see, was James O'Sullivan, was Leon Quirk and Paddy Keane, Garrow, Rowan and all the guys able to lift Rowan in half time there?
Yeah, indeed. Niall Malone waiting for the rest of the Rowan management to come off the field. The second half is on here, and here is won by Ryan Power. Ryan Power for the Mills gets the ball to Robin Mounsey. The Mills now are Rowan playing down to the goals at the town end here, or at the Éire end in the second half. The ball is won by Aidan Lynch. Aidan Lynch, who started off the first half on fire, didn't seem to go out of the game. Conor Cooney going back towards his own goals, gives the back down to Killian Nugent. That's the second time he's done that, and Killian had to get back, and his touch had to be good, and the ball comes out to Cormac Murphy. Murphy puts the ball up here in towards Colin Cleary. Lovely flick of the ball from Cleary. Cleary, he gets away from the challenge of Partick O'Gorman. Cleary has gone through. He's gone down, brilliantly blocked down by a very, very impressive James Cullen for a win. Comes out, the 19-year-old, 18-year-old comes out, puts that ball out here to Ashley Brohan. Keelan Mounsey, now defending the goals at the Queen end, gets the ball out here to Jack McDonough. Jack, who has a point on the board from the first half, gives it back to Cullen. He gets the ball, delivers the ball into the corner, in over Cathal Mack, but he's been beaten by Partick O'Halloran. O'Halloran has 1 point from play in this half, brought that ball down. Frankie Lyons is on the far side, who's coming out for chain punch like any quarterback, tries to keep that ball. Aidan Lynch, Cathal Mack does well, brilliant flick away by Fionn Hickey, has a very impressive half, and the ball comes off the stick, I think, of Jack McDonough, out over the line ball, I would imagine. I'm not too sure what Robert Harty, he's given the line ball in favour of Rowan, so I would imagine Shane Punch, he's over there, I would imagine he's going to take it. Rowan have to make a very, very positive start here, Pat, if they're to get back. You know, I know they're only 2 points behind, but they're playing against the elements here in the second half.
And they were lucky they didn't concede that flick by Colin Cleary to put 2 players off their guard and beat them completely, and a great run in afterwards. And then James Cullen came across, 2 brilliant pieces of work.
And here's that ball, Mounsey goes low. This one is in. Frankie Lyons, can he get his handed? He has his handed. He gives it out to Power. Power is going through a shot. Brilliant hook there by Conor Cooney. Conor Cooney lines it there. Cooney gets the ball, flicks it out to safety. His father Joe Cooney, TD, a selector with his mid team. And who's coming again? Ollie Cooney is using all his experience. Hand pass goes astray, but well picked up by Aidan O'Gorman. Gets away from the challenge of Ryan Power. Darragh McInerney comes out. Ball into Murphy. Murphy does well. Mounsey gets that ball, tries to flick it away. Being picked up by McInerney. Jacob Loughnane must have been, and that ball comes off the hand of Jacob Loughnane. He's gone in favour of it's favour of Rowan. That ball, Robin Mounsey, John Bugler having a kind of a pre-county final run out here as linesman here in Gortine here this evening. As we said, we wish John the very best. We've done it already today, but wish him the very, very best. Robin Mounsey with this line ball, 60 metres out from the O'Callaghan's Mills goal. The breeze beginning to blow up again. This ball will go into Frankie Lyons in the corner. He goes short to Aidan Lynch. Aidan doesn't get out in front of that one, but it's Aidan O'Gorman that who has the ball. O'Gorman has really had a very good game at centre back. Jacob very tight to the line here, and that ball, I would imagine that came off this. I thought that one came off Shane Punch, but Rowan, they're like a rugby team. They're moving their way up along the sideline, very close here to the sideline. They're making their way. Progress is slow, but they're getting up there. This ball, Robin Mounsey, I would imagine he'd put this one. Aidan Lynch, sleeves rolled up, Ollie Hazen back down again. maybe feeling a bit of the cold, gone in around the square. So I imagine is Robin, he's looking for the runner. He waits, gets the ball out. Is it out to Power? Power, the midfielder, is pulled back, but he's beaten on this occasion by the impressive Cormac Murphy. Murphy, there's a good handball club in the Mills, and he puts that ball down to Maroney. Maroney's been chased by Brian Rowan. Rowan is a sticky, combative customer, and here's the man, is James Cullinan. Cullinan gets that ball out here to the number 8, McInerney. McInerney loses it, where he's beaten by Conor Henry. Back again is McInerney. McInerney trying to get through the challenge. A hand pass been robbed by Henry. Henry loses the ball in at the second hit. McInerney in. Who's in? Punch comes in to add his strength and size to see can this be everyone. There's players on the ground. And it's Jacob. Jacob comes out with the ball for O'Callaghan's Mills. Puts the ball into space. Into Colm Cleary. Put a ball. Fionn Hickey in space. Hickey has a chance for a score. Is he going to get a score? He gets around Jeff McDonough. Hickey turns inside. That's a very good score from a very impressive Fionn Hickey. Another score for O'Callaghan's Mills. 1 goal and 10 for the Mills. 10 points for Rowan. You know, it took 4 minutes, but an important score from the Mills to get that scoreboard up and running.
Absolutely. I mean, the first score of the second half is always vital, and it was got by the Mills. It was after a lot of hard work, and maybe a lot of hard work on Rowan's part trying to set up something, but the Mills got it.
And the ball flicked in by Sean Boyce into Cormac Murphy for that ball that was lost by Round Power. But Cullinan, he has been the most impressive man in the field here in so far in this intermediate game. Cullinan being blocked down by Aidan Fall. Mounsey gets the ball out to Brian Rowan. Rowan doesn't miss with it. Push that ball up to Frankie. Frankie, does he get up in it? No, but brilliant defender by Conor Cooney. If Cullinan is very good at one side, Cooney is equally impressive at the other end. And he goes back. Now this one is Killian Nugent. Deft touch of Nugent. Short control. Gets the ball out to Henry. Is Conor Henry going to go for a score? He's Ilana Parker. He sells the dummy to Jarrah McInerney. Trying to take on McInerney. Now he's gone back into traffic. But he gets the ball out to Fall. Fall shoots for O'Callaghan's Mills. But Fall goes out to the right hand side from O'Callaghan's Mills. But that breeze getting very, very strong again. Rowan just finding a bit of trouble getting that ball forward, and we'd even go for a minute as Mounsey finds a good ball out to Jarrah McInerney, gets the ball into Cullinan. Cullinan takes on the challenge of Jarrah Maroney, leaves Maroney and gets the ball in, and Jacob Lecnan gone down injured for the Mills, and the Mills are going to have a look at that. He went down, the knee seems to have gone. Frankie Lyons trying to take on Donlan. Donlan does well, maybe arguments for a free, gets the ball out to Fionn Hickey. Jacob is now up again, and we'll see that ball is driven down by Sean Cotter, gets the ball down to Gary Cooney. Cooney tries to take on. There's a free coming for O'Callaghan's Mills. Cooney is dragged to the ground by the cornerback. I think it was Killian Ryan on that occasion. Free in for O'Callaghan's Mills. But Pat, the Breeze is having a distinct advantage for the Mills here in the second half.
It is with the clearances from the full back line, and we're going up, and they have maybe slightly more better target men in this half than Rowan had in the first half. The other thing is interesting that Killian Nugent isn't falling into temptation of just driving the puck outs way down. Short puck out to a loose man all the time.
Yeah, and here's a free, and there's a card, I think, for O'Callaghan, or for Rowan. No, not a crying, I thought it was Killian Ryan, but Jacob puts that ball over the bar, puts 4 points in the differential, either in a corner. It's now 1 goal and 11 for the Mills, 10 points through Rowan. Rowan are going to have to do something really massive to get back in this game. A short puck out from Keelan Mounsey. Keelan gives it out to the cornerback. He's Patrick O'Gorman. O'Gorman gives it out, puts Ashley Brohan under pressure. I think under too much pressure as that ball went off the stick of Brohan out over the line, and good play, attacking play there. From, I think, was it Aidan Fall came in and made himself big and added to the challenge from the full forward Colm Cleary. Line ball for Aidan Fall, not beyond he's remit of putting this over the bar. Normally a good man to cut the line ball, goes back short, gives it to Conor Henry. Mounsey gets away from the challenge of Mounsey, blocked down brilliantly there by Ryan Power, gives it to Mounsey gets the ball, flicks it into space for McDonough, or for the corner forward is McDonough gets it back out, gives the ball out to Ryan Power puts this ball, this is a dangerous ball, and it is O'Gorman turns the cornerback of Carl McNamara, but who's out there? Only Killian Nugent does well, but he loses it to O'Gorman. There's a chance here for Rowan. O'Gorman, he gives it out. Shane Punch a shot over the bar. The goal was on. Pat McNamara, the goal was on, but Shane decided they put it over the bar, brings it back to 3 point differential, 1 goal and 11 to 11.
I wonder would Shane one time before have taken on that goal chance and maybe carried a few more yards, but certainly the point was important just to settle down a little bit and get the score in. This game is still very manageable, and I mean, the Mills are pulling away with that breeze either, you know, but but Loughlane now nearly in possession.
Yeah, great puck out from Nugent, came down to Loughnane. Loughnane lost it. Who's over on the far side of the mids? Is it Gary Cooney? Gary Cooney gives it back out to Maroney. Maroney shoots off his left. That's Darren Maroney's first real big intervention in this game, but a good score from the stick of Maroney. A very, very good hurler. Puts that ball over the bar. 1 goal and a 12 for the mids. 11 points for Rowan. Mounsey goes short out to Ashley Brohan. Brohan gets a sharp ball. Here come Rowan. It's Power, who was man of the match in the match last day against Tulla. Goes to ground, tries to find Mounsey. He's been well tackled there by Hickey, but it goes out to Mounsey, Robin shooting off his left. Class score from the sick of Robin Mounsey. He may be carrying an injury, Pat, but that's it. 4 points from Flay.
He's a very, very classy player, Leo, and that's a lovely strike. Again, he's not as mobile, but as I said, the hands and the eyes are certainly doing the business.
And indeed, I see Brian Donlan. What a servant this man has been to the Mills, warming up here. You know, he may have played his trade in Intermediate Championship all year, but he's been a great servant to the Mills. Here's Cormac Murphy on the run. Cormac close to the sideline. A shot from Murphy. Does it come inside? A score. One of the scores of the game from the stick of Cormac Murphy. And Cormac puts that ball over the bar. 1-13-12. Brian Donlan coming on. I would imagine maybe is it Jacob is the man that's going leaving the field of play. It's Conor Henry, is it Conor Henry is the man just leaving the field of play, and he maybe got blocked down. Conor seems a bit bemused. I thought he was doing okay, maybe got blocked down in the last ball, but he pays the price for being blocked down. He had a very good first half, I thought, for O'Connell's Mills pass, and maybe surprised to see him going so early.
I suppose when you have a bench, you will use it, Leo, and maybe that's how the Mills are looking at it. I know they won't be foolish enough to go thinking ahead to the final, but I suppose the more guys you give games to, but I think Rowan have something to say about that other than they're still in the game, Leo, but they probably need to get a green flag to get them really going.
Yeah, that puck out from Mounsey is Keelan out, and Robin, this man is beginning to have create an influence in the game. He goes to Lynch. Rowan needs Lynch to come into the game. He's been conspicuous by his absence as Conor Cooney puts this ball into the middle. Here's a man that's really doing very well this year. Oh, I tell you, the cornerback went down. He went down very close to the grass, and that was Jason Power. But here comes Cullen. Cullen comes through the middle, puts the ball in here for Ryan Power. Power, who's coming on the outside. He gives it to Punch, who gives it to Lynch. Lynch is going to shoot, but not the greatest shot. Cathal Mack has to deal with this ball, and he does quite well and comes out with pace. Gives it to Aidan O'Gorman. O'Gorman with his sharp ball comes out to Aidan Fall. Jacob Loughnane on the overlap. Here comes Fall. Fall has gone through. His strong man have to put him back. He's been pulled back and fouled by Ashley Brohan. In fairness to Fall, he's a strong man, very hard man to stop in flight, Pat.
Yeah, look at he's in fairness, and look at he's been a powerhouse for. He can play in any position too as well. I think he would have been playing centre forward there a couple of years ago for the Mills, but when he makes a run, Leo, he makes it as if he means business, and I thought he might offload there to Jacob Loughnane, but won the free instead, and this is a very useful free now with the breeze, well within his distance anyway, no question at all that with the breeze, and he's fairly accurate usually as well, so let's see.
Yeah, Jason being put back by John Bugler. John getting the signals, getting the hand signals in right for the county final tomorrow. Jacob is now 60 metres out from the Rowan goals as Keelan Mounsey inside in the goals down towards the Queen Indies, we said here. The breeze blowing behind Jacob Loughnane. Jacob taking his time to take this free. Can he put 5 points either on the corner? Jacob strikes it straight and through over the bar from the stick of Jacob Loughnane. That's his 5th point of today. 114 for the Mills. 12 points for Wen. Sharp puck out from Keelan Mounsey. Goes out looking for Power. Power beginning to win a bit of possession in the pocket. And here comes Ryan Power. Gives the ball out to Punch. Punch gives it to Mounsey in close proximity. Puts that ball in. Frankie Lyons tries to get the ball. Being well held there by Keith Donlan. Donlan, quite unassuming cornerback, doing quite well at cornerback. And here the ball is won by Lynch. He gets a foray, tries to puts the ball into space. Punch puts up there. Hurley, can he come down with it? It comes to Frankie Lyons' space. Well, who comes out with it? The warrior himself, Pat, no other than giving a great display, and he puts this ball up there. It's Conor Cooney. Cooney is going to be picked up by Ryan Power. He's pretty partner. McInerney gone on the loop. McInerney gets it into Lynch. Here's Lynch trying to get away, not able to get room to swing to Hurley because Cormac Murphy's in proximity. Maroney comes in to sweep it up, gives the ball out to, here comes Brian Donlan. Brian Donlan, young man for the Mills, bellies his ears, and Brian Donlan shoots. Unfortunately, goes out to the left again. My Pat, those Donlan brothers have given great service to the Mills, and Brian Donlan, he may be coming towards the end of his career, but I tell you what, great puck out, won by Jacob Loughnane. Clearly, hand passed the ball into Maroney. Maroney has 1 point got. Maroney has 2 points got, beginning to come into the game. Darren Maroney Now 1 goal and 15 as the Mills are hitting for home, 115 to 12 points, Pat.
But no arguing with just we got a chance to talk about the Donnellan's unreal leaders and committed men for the Mills. But Dara Maroney there, a lovely shot again, and look what the wind is making that easier now, because when they shoot from 60 yards or 50 yards even, it's only all you need is a little flick and the wind will take it on for you once you have it between the posts, and that's how it's turning out.
Yeah, that ball, the poke out is won by Sean Cotter. Cotter out to Hickey. Cotter has time to survey his options, puts a lovely ball in, blocked down by the cornerback is Jason Power. Power gives it to Cullen. Jacob came in at speed there, gives the ball out to the other Power. That's Ryan in the middle, gives it to Mounsey. A shot from Mounsey. Can he get it fit? But that one is the wind is going to tail that one out to the right and wide. In the intermediate semi-final taking place today in Kilnina, it's Ogonnelloe 11, Ina Kilnamona 10. The second semi-final going to take place there tomorrow between Smith O'Brien's and Kilmaley. The ball is back with Brian Rowan. Brown is simple but effective. He gives the ball out to Darren McInerney. McInerney is pulled back. Free coming, full back by Cormac Murphy. 115 to 12 points in favour of the men from O'Callaghan's Mills. And we're gone 14 minutes in the second half. Pat, what can Rowan do? They probably need a goal to really ignite their challenge.
Yeah, Aidan Lynch is getting out of it. He's trying his best to get into it, but they're not. The Brills are crowding in there, but you have great players in there for the Mills. You have, as I said, Fall and O'Gorman and Conor Cooney. What backs they are to have inside there. They played senior hurling for years and years and years, and they're just making it too difficult for Rowan to get any space. And if Rowan can get any space, the scores aren't going to come.
Yeah, they're clearing some Keelan Nugent, years of experience. Gets the ball, gets it down to Colm Cleary. Cleary puts up the hand, comes out with it. James Cullen, a real player for the future as Cullen tries to win that ball back in his own 21 metre line, and he comes out with it.
Brilliant.
He's being pulled back. In fairness, Pat McNamara, he has been the real shining light here today for when, as unfortunately does a darkness there for Fionn Hickey as he goes on and picks up an injury. Also, is it Cormac Murphy's picked up an injury, and that's concerning for Marie Donlan, the Mills physio, has gone back off the field again, so all must be okay.
It's not too overstated, Leo, about a player, but for a young man, I think at any grade, senior, intermediate or any other grade this year, I think James Cullen is as good a centre back as we've seen playing in this year's championship, and at this age, producing that, and he's not just taking loose balls and long clearances. He's winning hard ball as well, and he's sidestepping, he's driving it out, he's finding men. Brilliant player.
Yeah, that free from Keelan Mounsey comes up along the line. He came up to Patrick O'Halloran, flick away, came in from Aidan Fall, doing his defensive duties quite well as well. And Robin Mounsey coming out to take this line ball for Rowan. That left hamstring is heavily strapped there for Ryan Mounsey as he's digging, trying to get a bit of a tee up there for himself. But which you'd imagine he's going to go with distance for this one. They have to get that ball in around the square. They need a goal or something, any kind of a score. There's an instant there. We'll see what John Bugler did. He see it. The ball breaks inside. He's in around the 14 metre line. Who's going to come out with it? And it's Sean Cotter. Sean, who has been quite effective there for O'Callaghan's Mills. And the ball comes out. Here's Brian Donlan. Donlan, space. Puts that ball, switches that ball across diagonally. Should be in over the shot of Darren Maroney. Maroney leaves it for Colm Cleary. Cleary, this could be game, set and match. Cleary, goal from the stick of Colm Cleary. And I would imagine that's the goal that could propel the O'Callaghan's Mills challenge to get to the Premier Intermediate final. 2-15 to 12 points. But a ball that came across. Brian Donlan has had a significant influence since he came into this game, Pat.
Yeah, the way he made a mistake of maybe going for the glory point the last time. I'll tell you one thing, he threw a great ball across the field there. He could see that there was a 2-on-1, brought to Cleary. When Cleary got inside, only one result. Nothing Keelan Mounsey could do about it. Great score, and you'll be thinking it's going to be a Clarecastle Mills final, but we won't right off Rowan because Mounsey's on the ball in the middle of the field.
Yeah, Keelan's puck out finds Robin. In fairness, he's trying manfully to get it. The ball goes into Lynch. Lynch has turned. He has turned Conor Cooney. Lynch is shot and it goes over the bar. Yeah. Good score from the stick of Aidan Lynch. Just couldn't get away from the clutches of Cooney, who stuck him like a leech. And a out coming from Killian Nugent, and Nugent goes quick out to Brian Donlan. Here's the man that has tremendous experience and he's shown it all. Again, that diagonal ball as he puts that ball into space, looking for Shawnee Bice. It's Cleary, or is it Gary? Is it this time? Gary Cooney, the man home from odds. And here comes Cooney. Cooney shoots. Is it coming inside? Doesn't come inside on this occasion. Goes out to the right hand side and gone wide. 2-15 for the Mills. 13 points for Rowan. The winners to play the Magpies. Great puck out from from Keelan to Robin, the Mounsey brothers. And the ball comes in, and who's out first? Only Cooney. This man Really gets a kind of a heavy challenge towards in. The ball comes to Fall. Is he going shooting? Aidan Fall just drops his ball in. Keelan Mounsey has no one to challenge him inside. Does well. Gets the ball out to James Cullen. Cullen for Rowan. Going to keep the ball out here to Ashley Brohan. Brohan puts the ball into the centre into Darragh McInerney. McInerney now being fronted by Maroney, but the ball comes in to Robin Mounsey. It's route one now. Get that ball in on top of Lynch. Lynch puts up the hand, goes down, but it's Conor Cooney. Conor Cooney, what a game he's having at full back. And he throws that ball up in the air and just gets it out to safety. The ball comes out to the cornerback, James Power, 30 metres out. The ball is picked up by Sean Bice. But Power does well. Gets that ball out to Ashley Brohan. Brohan gets the ball into Robin Mounsey. Mounsey, in fairness to him, he's rugby tackled by Jacob Lucknan. Is there a car coming from Jacob Lucknan? You'd imagine so. No, nothing coming from Niall Malone. In other games I've seen that getting booked for that. No coming on this occasion. But look at the play goes on. Robin Mounsey on his own 65. Ryan would like him nearer the other goals. But this one is dropping in towards the danger area. Can Lynch catch one? He has one. He's been pulled.
Penalty.
Is there a penalty? Surely there's a penalty for Rowan on this occasion. Nothing coming. Shane Punch has the ball. Who's going to come out with it? It's going to be Patrick O'Halloran. O'Halloran shoots. O'Halloran puts it over the bar. There was claims for penalty there, Pat. I thought maybe we're a long way away. We'd have to see it on the replay.
Certainly see two hands going out, but he was a lot, in fairness to the ref, he's a lot, Niall Lowe's a lot. He's about 70 metres closer to than we are, so we'll have to abide by his judgment.
15 to 14 points. Kenny Nugent and Fionn Hickey makes a run. Brilliant ball from Nugent into space. Maroney flicks it, doesn't get it, but it still comes in to Cleary. Cleary flicks it into Hickey. Hickey, who was down injured a moment ago, has tons of pace. He's gone to ground again. Flicks that ball back out. Cleary, is he going to add a kind to the goal? He has just scored, but he puts the ball into Bice. Bice, who got a shot, non-shot flick, and Mounsey puts up the hand, comes down with it at the second attempt. Difficult catch as he was going away from the goals. Out to Killian Ryan. Ryan gives it out to Rohan. Rohan gets away from the challenge of Brian Donlan. Not an easy thing to do. Brian Rohan coming up the far side of the field. Anyone running for him? Frankie Ryan's is drinking. Here comes Frankie. Now out around centre forward. Frankie has pace to burn. And here goes Frankie. Frankie. There's a man called Frankie goes to Hollywood. Frankie's going towards the goals. And he puts that ball out to Ryan Power. 2:15 for the Mills. 15. In fairness, Pat, you have to give credit to Ryan. They're not thrown in the towel.
Fair play to Rowan. So Woodland is playing very well now. Mounsey is very much in the game. James Cullen, as we've said, and Patrick O'Halloran, a few more there making their presence felt as well.
And here's a man who's more than made his presence felt. My lake to him, Aaron Machine, is James Cullen. Brought to ground, I think was a Shawnee Bice. I think he kind of, as a Gary Cooney, he dived into the challenge on that occasion. Free for James Cullen, 40 metres out. There's also a sub on for when the sub is Christian Cummins. He's on instead of Jack McDonough. Connor Wynn warming up here for Rowan. James Cullen puts his ball out to the line, very tight to the sideline. Patrick O'Halloran working, throws him up along the line here, tries to get away from the challenge of Aidan Fall, and a kind of a high challenge by Aidan Fall. Went for the ball, but I suppose he gave away the free. Good free to give away, tight to the sideline. Robin Mounsey for a win. Just outside his own 65-metre line here, tight to the sideline, right in front of his own manager, the Ian Quirke man who played full back for Rowan for years, has given great service on off the field as he did on. Mounsey goes across the ball. Can Frankie get the paw on one? He has it in his hand, drops it, and Cathal Mack, he also played a bit of soccer in his time, gives it out, kicks it out to Jacob. Jacob hits it downtown, but Jacob does it go, doesn't come inside, goes out to the right hand side and gone wide, and Sean Dye, the Mills manager, not happy with that one. The puck out from Keelan Mounsey out to Cullen out to Darragh McInerney. McInerney gives it to Robin Mounsey. Robin tries to spray this ball into the corner. They're trying to isolate Lynch and Cooney, two of the probably at the veteran stage, but it's Cooney who comes out with this one, gives it to Sean Cotter. Cotter has been quiet but played very, very effective, Pat.
Exactly the phrase I use, quietly effective. Sean Cotter, he's always available to us for an out ball as well for the rest of the backs, which is a very, very good thing to have in your team.
Here's the ball over with Gary Cooney. Gary Cooney being fronted up by three Mills players, but it's Killian Ryan. The ball comes out to Cummins, and he's robbed by Hickey. There's Hickey doesn't stand on ceremony. Does it come inside the post?
Yes.
I think it comes inside the post. That's a marvellous score. His second score today from the midfielder, Fionn Hickey, makes it 2-16 to 15 points. Puts that shocked Colleen on different in the forn a Reece Park.
Tá agus is an dechar initiate the Rowan talk the rest sa Clare show Australia will Stirrum ag shade in a Gwynedd, so you'd have to say that the Mills look like they should be able to take this game home now, but check the time, there's 14 and a half, more than 14
14.
The clock seems to have stopped, so we have to.
But
check
anyway,
the
it's
time
Patrick O'Halloran who's gone off, and he's after being replaced by the men who's after gone through a strict, a strenuous warm-up. It's Conor Wynn. Line ball for Rowan. As for O'Callaghan's Mills over on the far side, is it Sean Cotter going to take this one? Sean Cotter, who has been playing very well in the half back line. He went down injured, but he's got a real burst of energy since that. He's running like a train, and that line ball from Sean Cotter has gone back out over the line. I see Patrick Donlan going in with water again. Will we see his introduction to bring the Mills home into the Premier Intermediate final? The Magpies, as we said, already in the final. Line ball going to be taken over there on the far side of the field, and Robin Mounsey. Pat, you'd wonder about Robin Mounsey. You know, they'd like to see him, even though he has 4 points contributed and he's central to everything goes on. He hits a great ball across to Conor Wynn. Wynn tries to go down, but gets it at the second attempt. Gets it back to Brian Rowan. His ball is knocked away by the cornerback. The cornerback was Patrick O'Halloran, or O'Gorman, sorry. He's trying to break his run. Rowan, he tries to get the ball up, and he's pulled for over carrying, and the Mills really kind of putting a choke on this Rowan challenge. But is Killian Nugent going to come out to take this one? They're calling Killian, and Killian will be
strolling out there.
He's leaving it to Jacob, but Killian will be no hurry coming out. Is Jacob Loughnane on his own 65? Is Killian? I'd say Killian is interested in taking it, but I think they're leaving it to Jacob. 2:16 to 15 points for the Mills, free on their own 65, about 15 metres in from the stand side here in Gorteen. The breeze, Eric Grimm, and here comes Jacob taking his time. Here he comes, gives it air. Up she comes, and here it comes. And I think Jumper is going for the flag, makes it 2:17 to 15 points, and the Mills, Pat, comfortable at this moment in time.
Yeah, it is, and deservedly so, Leo. They have been the better team. Plenty of good effort from Rowan, plenty of good individual performances as well. But overall, the Mills are way stronger and looking deserving where they are, and it looks like they're going to go on to represent their parish in the Paddy Brown Cup final. And I'm afraid our timing has gone haywire, so I'd say I'm not sure what's left, to be honest with you. We'll have to double check for somebody.
Yeah, and indeed, with that is another free for Jacob Loughnane, as a tired Rowan challenge here. Beginning to maybe die away a small bit, and a chance for Jacob Loughnane to put another spanner in the works as the crowd, a lot of people beginning to leave. A really good attendance here at Gorteen, and Jacob Loughnane, which is free, 50 metres out directly in the centre. And Jacob, does he put it? Yes, another nail in the coffin. Outran 2:18 to 15 points here in Gorteen. Mounsey with the sharp poke out, gives that ball out to Christian Cummins. Cummins has always had an influence since he came in, but how to make an influence as the Mills are absolutely ravenous is Jacob. Jacob gives it to Fall. Moroney has gone in the overlap. Can he give it to Moroney? It comes into Fall. Fall has gone straight through. A strong man shortens the grip, but shortens it out to the left hand side and gone wide, and the score remains. O'Callaghan's Mills 2 goals in 18. The Mills 15 points. They're ravenous. Moroney has a chance to get his 3rd point of the game, and Moroney just puts it out of air. 2:19 to 15 points, and maybe Moroney come to terms with that challenge of James Cullen, but that's his 3rd point from play, Pat.
Yeah, but in fairness to Cullen, he's had a marvellous game, and Moroney is a lovely hurler, and Moroney has got 3 deserved good points, but there's no question at all. But as Mounsey tries to get going again, he looked like he's entitled to a little free there for a chop, but didn't get it.
Yeah, that ball, and he's gone down now. Definitely the injury beginning, and here's a man, Cotter. Look, in fairness, he's had a great game. Gives the ball out to Cormac Murphy. Murphy pushes that ball. There's a 1-on-1 here for Gary. Gary gets out in front of the cornerback, and Gary not too sure of the coordination wins on that occasion for Gary, unusual, and the ball comes in as Jason Power gets that ball out here to Ashley Brohan for Rowan, coming up along this side here opposite the stand, gives the ball into Cullen is going to go long, maybe getting a bit tired, but that ball goes into Punch puts the hurley on it, gets it, here comes Punch. Is he going to push the ball out, sprays that ball out into space to no one in particular? It's Conor Wynn, but Conor Wynn is tight to the side and outside there. Is he going to lob this ball in the square? No one inside, and that ball comes back. Well, who's it, man? A very impressive sub. He's Brian Donlan. Brian Donlan puts the ball over the head of Brian. It's Brian and Rohan. It's Brian Donlan puts the ball into space, but being picked out by Ryan Power, who's had a better second half. And Ryan goes to ground, fouled there by Cormac Murphy, I think, for the Mills, and Ryan gingerly picks himself up. Another sub coming on, and here comes the man. If you're looking for experience to close out a game, Pat McNamara, no better man than the man who brought Liam McCarthy back to Clare in 2013. Pat Donlan, where's he going? Is he going into a full forward position? Looks like he's going into a full forward position. And it looks like, is it Colin Cleary,
Yeah.
the man who got the goal here in the second half, that has really given O'Callaghan's Mills the cushion, and to have the luxury to take off a man like that and bring on and a player like Patrick Donlan speaks volumes.
There's club hurling going on all over the country today, Leo. I'm not sure how many of them can afford to bring in a former Clare captain to come into the game when it's one as good as just to add to their firepower. And the Patrick Donlan, what a servant he's been to Clare and the Mills.
Yeah, and that free comes up from Brian Rohan up here to the far side, over here to the side. Aidan Fall trying to come out for the Mills, but he's, in fairness, Mounsey, even though he's been hampered by injury, the ball comes out to Frankie Lyons. Frankie puts the ball back into Robin Mounsey, close to the sideline here. Is Robin, is he going to go for a score? They're looking for the goal. He just lobs it in. And who's inside? Oli, none other than Sean Cotter, and Sean Cotter, he will be in line for, I suppose, to be well in consideration for man in the match here. He comes out to Brian Donlan, 13 points to 11 in favour of Gunlow in that intermediate game. The ball comes out to Cormac Murphy. Murphy shoots for the Mills, and Murphy puts another nail in the coffin of Rowan. 2 goals and 20 for Rowan, and 15 points for the Mills. And it looks like that, Rowan are making a couple of substitutions. I see Derek Corey is coming on. Also, Jamie Ryan, as they try to freshen up things. Darragh McInerney, I'd say, may have picked up an injury. He looked out on his feet there. And it looks like, is it James Cullen is the man gone off? And, it is Cullen who's gone off, and he must have picked up an injury, but no, he did look out on his feet maybe, Pat, because he has some amount of ground covered here. But look at no fault on his part today.
Absolutely. I mean, he's one of the young players of the year, as far as I'm concerned, in Clare hurling, and maybe the young player in the championship we've seen so far. Obviously, there's a couple of big matches to come yet. Brilliant centre back, and so young, and so much to offer both Rowan and Clare in the future, as is the free out for Rowan.
Yeah, and a free coming for Ashley Brohan for Rowan. Goes short. Out here, but he's robbed by and a high. And Pat Donlan gets up like a rubber ball, but that could have been more serious, Pat.
Absolutely. Ashley Brohan himself had clashed. No fault to either of them, both of them looking at the ball. And in fairness, I think the ref is going to book Ashley Brohan, but one thing you have to hand to Pat Donlan is he bounced off of the ground, made absolutely nothing of it.
And it will be a free and a yellow card.
A real sportsman and a hard man.
Yeah, free for Ashley Brohan. Is it Michael McGrath is coming in now for O'Callaghan's Mills, another of the great servants, and it looks like he's Sean Cotter. He's gone off.
Good game.
2 minutes left here in Gortine, and Seanca, he's had a very good game for O'Callaghan's Mills, Pat.
Good game, and the more he went on, the better he was. Very, very good for the Mills have been so even, and an awful lot of good fellas have been playing well. It's going to be hard to pick out one of them. Yeah,
and a free for Jacob Loughnane. There's 2 minutes. O'Gunlow now down to up a point, 15, and Jacob 14. Puts another one over the bar, makes that 2:21 for O'Callaghan's Mills. 15 points for Rowan, and a puck out coming from Keelan Mounsey. 2 minutes of added time being signalled there by the linesman, John Bugler. John has bigger fish to fry tomorrow. Daniel Ganane coming in, and is Robin Mounsey. And there's no doubt Rowan know that their challenge is gone. And Robin, gingerly makes his way off the line. In fairness, he put up a tremendous performance with that injury he has. And now his Clare supporters will be hoping that he will just get himself right and get back for bigger days to come. And number 19, the sub Jamie Ryan there, making his appearance straight in, and a yellow card for a challenge on this occasion was Cormac Murphy. And Rowan, in fairness, taking off their younger players, they had got tired, and in fairness, sensible management from Rowan. Jacob Loughnane getting another bit of free taking practice as they'll be setting up now for the challenge of Clarecastle in a couple of weeks' time. 2:21 for the Mills, 15 points for Rowan. Here comes Jacob getting plenty of target practice, puts it out of air. 2:22. It's a good score in any day's language, Pat.
It is a good score, 2:22, and we said, have they probably scored more in the second half with the wind? I'd say they have.
And that
or what you would expect, but I mean, Clarecastle was the opposite today.
That puck out from Mounsey goes out his Rob. Here comes O'Gorman. O'Gorman gives it back to Brian. It's Brian Donlan. Brian Donlan shoots off his left, but it goes out to the left and gone wide. And Pat, as the game comes down into the closing stages, I see Aidan Lynch and Conor Cooney having a big chat up by the square. And indeed, with that, the final whistle goes here in Gortine. I think Niall Malone blew up maybe just a bit before time. And on a scoreline of 2 goals and 22 to 14 points, it's out of 15 points. O'Callaghan's Mills, we predicted that the Mills and Clarecastle would be the final from the outset. That has proved very much to be the case. A big final and a big challenge for both teams coming later on. Pat, your overall synopsis and maybe your man of the match from this Premier Intermediate semi-final.
First of all, this semi-final has gone, I suppose, according to plan. The Mills were favourites from the outset. I suppose favourites for the championship from the outset, and they've proven it. And look at Rowan. Fair play, great battling qualities, some great individual performances. You can see, I can see there that Robin Mounds is really limping in a bit of pain as the game is over. He came off there with a minute left, but he has given absolute show his class several times during the game. A really, really good player, and let's hope he will recover from a Clare point of view. Likewise, James Cullinan, we're singing his praises all day, but deservedly so. A brilliant young player, and a few other players for Rowan who shone out. Jason Power, cornerback, I think, has always shown a real effort. Patrick O'Halloran at times. Frankie Lyons trying his best to get into it, but was tightly marked by the full back line. Cathal McNamara or Keith Donlan, where was nearest him there at the time. Aidan Lynch tried hard as well. But for the Mills, the Mills, we had great performances from. We praise Sean Cotter deservedly so. I thought their midfield of Fionn Hickey and Cormac Murphy are both very, very effective as well. Jacob Cunane about 9 points from frees. But overall, I think when it came to cutting out danger, reliability and just solidifying the defence, I think we can't look past Conor Cooney. I just think he's such a solid, serious operator back there. So will we go over to Conor Cooney for a deserved Man of the Match award with competition from a few other Mills lads as well.
Yeah, and indeed we're going to take a break here in Gortine. We have to get aboard with a member of the management of the winning team. So we thank our joint collaboration between Scariff Community Radio with East Clare Driving School and Clare GA for bringing this broadcast to here live from Gortine. Pat, thanks you for your analysis here in Gortine as the Mills look forward to the final, and thanks to Ellen Foodie on camera and production here. So with that, we're going to take a suss, and we're going to get a member from the winning management. We'll see who will.
Jason's blending now.
Yeah, Jason, and he hits it high. Is it coming inside? Just about goes in.
Yeah.
First score on the board from Darren Maroney. He puts that ball into space where Aidan Lynch, the workhorse. Here's Aidan, throws it up and shoots on sight. That's a brilliant score from the stick.
Down over the bar in one goal. What a player.
And that puck out from Killian Nugent was intercepted there by the wing forward. Patrick O'Halloran takes on the challenge. Gets the ball back out to Conor Henry. Conor shoots it into the breeze. Is it going to come inside? A shot from Conor Henry. Great reply from Patrick O'Gorman. Gary gets down on it. Gary trying to take on O'Gorman. Gary turns a shot from McCooney, the former Clare senior final tomorrow. The ball breaks out to O'Halloran, the wing forward for Wayne, and he equals proceedings here. 3 points for Fionn Hickey. Sean Boyce, first time he got a bit of space. Is he going to have a pot? Puts it up into the air. Sean Boyce shoots, and Sean Boyce does what Sean Boyce does. Puts Hickey, the middle moving well, gets that ball into the midfield where Murphy goes for the second, and Murphy puts that ball over the bar. In fairness, being well marked by Keith Donlan, and here Frankie turns back out. Is he going to have a pop? Frankie has a pop, and Frankie puts it over the bar, makes the score. Ball from Killian Nugent with the straight, came out to McInerney. McInerney gives the ball out to Jack McDonough. Jack McDonough shoots, and Jack McDonough makes it a score. Patrick Dinty time, but he's taking a bit quicker than normal. Here's Lynch, strikes it down towards the road goals at the Queen Inn. Same response, that ball into the middle, but he overhits it. At the end of the Premier Intermediate semi-final by a selector on the O'Callaghan's Mills team. Didn't many club teams will have a member of your parliament on the sideline, a man advising the government, and now he's advising the Mills team. Joe Cooney, you're welcome here to Clare GATV.
Thank you very much, Leo.
Joe, good win for O'Callaghan's Mills. Tricky conditions with the breeze, 222 to 15 points, comprehensive in the end, but I suppose a lot done, more to do.
No, you said it. Look, it was a good win, but I must give credit to Rowan. They fought it out very hard from the word go, more so in the second half when they were against the elements. They have a fantastic team, Rowan, but in fairness to our lads, they played well all through. They had a great first half. Maybe the tempo dropped a bit in the second half, but overall it was a great performance, a great team performance, and also the subs on both sides done well, they went on. But again, as you said, tricky conditions. I must give a compliment to our Bearfield GA club. The pitch was simply fantastic after all the rain over the last number of days. Great credit to everyone, but again, a lot of work to be done. A big intermediate final coming up, and as we all know, that's going to be a tough game of hurling.
Yeah, and I suppose, Pat, you have to give credit to your own lads, and especially in the first half. I think the intervention of the Coolbara, Keely Nugent, he made 3 outstanding saves when Rowan were putting the pressure on with the breeze, and any of them goals would have given him an influence, but in fairness to Nugent, he stood tall, 3 good saves.
Simply fantastic saves. And again, look at Killian, is a fantastic goal. He had been for a lot of years. But again, Rowan put the pressure on us. They took on our defence, got inside it on a couple of occasions. But great credit due to Killian. He made fantastic saves, and it probably kept us in the game in the first half.
And then, of course, the game switched totally then just before half time with the intervention, of course, of another inter-county man, Clare under 20 corner forward, Sean Bice, who put the ball past Mounsey. Big score, Joe, and a great boost going in before half time.
A big score, but a well-worked score, and it must compliment our team in the way they walked that ball up the field. We were coming under a bit of pressure, I suppose, as you said. If Ryan has scored any of the 3 opportunities they had, and one for the one to hard work and trying, they would have put us on the back foot. But that was a fantastic goal. But I must give credit to the lads that walked it up the field, but also give credit to Shawnee who put it into this. And we all know it is easy talking the line, but you have to push it away, and he got the opportunity. He did push it away.
Yeah, and of course the man then that got the chance in the second half to really put the game to bed was young Cleary there at full forward. Colin Cleary at full forward. Another man with serious experience for a young age, and took the ball in and put it past Mounsey. That was the game, the final score, and put it to bed, Joe.
I did, but look, Cullum had been out of the country there for a number of months. He hadn't been training with us, but he's back with us now for the last month again, and he's beginning to get for him. Fantastic hurler again. A lot of good young hurlers there, but as you said rightly so, Cullum puts it away well. But when you get those opportunities, you don't get them too often, and you need to put them away, and you get the chance, because you won't win matches if we don't put them away.
Pat or Joe, you have a good mix on the team of youth and experience, and no better men than that young Cooney that played at full back. But I think the introduction of Brian Donlan at wing forward, he really improved things, and Conor Henry had worked a lot in the first half, but Donlan opened up the play as well in the second half, and it's great to be, and then of course to bring on Patrick Donlan, it's great to be able to bring players of that experience and ability into the team when you're going for home.
You need experience, and you need seasoned players like the Donlans, 2 fantastic players. But I must say, in fairness to Conor Henry, he played fantastic as well. But at that stage, maybe on the final furlong for home, you need to bring in a bit of experience, and it's great to have that experience there in your panel, which is vital and important. But again, we have to give credit to all the lads out there today that tried their heart out. Their work rate was good, but that's what you need to win games. And as both of us know, that's what's going to be needed in 2 weeks' time as well, in the intermediate final.
And Joe, speaking of 2 weeks' time, I suppose both the Mills and Clarecastle were tipped to get to the final at the outset. That has proved to be the case at the end of a really, really competitive Premier Intermediate Championship. Joe, Clarecastle and Mills, it's going to be a massive challenge for the Mills, also a massive challenge for Clarecastle, but a game really worth looking forward to.
Look, it is going to be a massive challenge for both clubs. Both clubs want to get back up senior, and there's no point saying we don't. As you said yourself, it's been a fantastic Premier Intermediate Championship. Great credit to the County Board for running this championship, and you've also a fantastic Intermediate Championship. So again, look, it is going to be an interesting final, and as both of us know, weather conditions, like what you said today, there was bad weather conditions there today. I suppose showers came early in the game, the wind was there till come down to the day, till come down to the attitude of both teams on the day, and I think it's going to be final well worth looking forward to. And look at, as again, 'tis who's best prepared, who's ready for the final, will probably get off the line on the day.
Yeah, and Joe, once again, congratulations on the victory today. I know you'll enjoy it in a light way tonight, and preparations for the final will start tomorrow. Joe, as always, going to meet him.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you, Liam. Thank you.